In our day, certain economic truths have become accepted as self-evident. A second Bill of Rights, under which a new basis of security and prosperity can be established for all, regardless of station or race or creed. Among these are the right to a useful and remunerative job, the right to earn enough to provide adequate food and clothing and recreation, the right of every farmer to raise and sell his products at a return which will give him and his family a decent living, the right of every businessman, large and small, to trade in an atmosphere of freedom, freedom from unfair competition and domination by monopolies at home or abroad, the right of every family to a decent home, the right to adequate medical care and the opportunity to achieve and enjoy good health, the right to adequate protection from the economic fears of old age, sickness, accident, and unemployment, the right to a good education. All of these rights spell security. And after this war is won, we must be prepared to move forward in the implementation of these rights to new goals of human happiness and well-being. For unless there is security here at home, there cannot be lasting peace in the world.
Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Am I audible? I do appear to be audible. Hello, and welcome, whoever the two of you are that showed up really fast. Like, I just got this thing started. FDR is he's just getting to the good part about how in the future here in America, we're not gonna live being afraid that if we get sick, then we're just gonna lose everything, that we're gonna go completely bankrupt. We're not gonna live in such a state that we're afraid that we might get old and just die on the side of a road because we don't have a home and we don't have an income and nobody gives a shit because it's a hard dog-eat-dog capitalist world out there. We're not gonna live in a world where 50,000 Americans per night are sleeping under an overpass or in a box in an alley somewhere. We're not gonna live in that world. And two of you showed up. Also, how did that work out for us, by the way? FDR saying, these are the rights of the people. This is what the rights are going to be. Did World War II never end? Is that the thing? Maybe that's what happened, and so I've been confused ever since, because I thought we were going to get those rights right after the war, and then not so much. But we do have $45 billion for the military. Extra on top of the usual, 800 or so. Welcome to a middle-of-the-night Ronan Pawn kind of a live stream. We're going to be Minecrafting in our 1.19.2 world. I haven't bothered to upgrade to 0.3 yet. I read the patch notes on the Discord. Jermacian popped them down for me. Thank you so much. And I poked through them. Looks like some interesting things. Look like it could be worth upgrading, especially since I'm using controller. And I use the, in-game crafting menu. You click on it and then it puts the recipe in. I use that a lot. Looks like they made some changes there that might be beneficial to us. Different organizational things and adding some stuff that didn't make it in the first place. But I'm not in such a rush. Yeah, let me close this down entirely. And then we open it up, and then we use the controller to double-click here to open this. It's really just down to how quickly Minecraft opens once I click that. Right now, Steam is certain that it's got the right window to allow my controller to work on in multi-MC. But if I double-click in multi-MC, and then within a certain time frame, multi-MC opens up another window, then Steam will be convinced that maybe it should let me play fucking Minecraft with a goddamn controller. Yeah. What was I saying? Something about something. We haven't upgraded to 119.3. I didn't see any major changes. There's some quality of life things that would be nice. But yeah, as of right now, we're in 119.2, and we are, playing in the new Sonic game world. And where we left off last time was that I started to build a building. That's usually what you build when when you start to build. It's usually a building that you are engaged in. So started to make a building, and I said at some point during the building, this kind of looks like doesn't this remind you of like the Hollywood Hills, what we found out is called the Griffith Observatory? And so yeah, today I've got a reference movie. I've got reference images that have been tied together into motion, which we're calling video. I've got a reference video of some aerial photography around Griffith Observatory to use as we build this building that's over by our village. So this is my house, by the way, in case you're just joining, and also these are my shaders. Aren't they beautiful? I didn't make them, I just installed them, but I feel as though I made them because nobody else is using them. You're all a bunch of morons. Come on. Argus the One, hello. How you doing? But yeah, so we're leaving my house. Oh Jesus, we're slamming into the side of the riverbanks. We're going up the river just a wee bit to our village. It's not my village. I didn't make it, but I installed it, so I feel like it's mine. You might be able to see the structure, a little hint of sort of the shape of the structure that we started to build, that at some point I said, you know what, this is reminding me of that place, and now I'm going to try and carry on in that direction. I don't know, you'd have to convince me to really dedicate to making a, Griffith Observatory like, replica or extreme likeness thereof. I just want to continue using it as a source of inspiration for our design choices as we build out this thing that we've already started building. Argus has been doing fine. I haven't been in your streams in a while, though. Well, welcome back. If you haven't been here for a while, we started up a brand new 1.19 world. It hasn't been that long. How long has it been? It's been about 38 hours, 36 minutes, 42 seconds, exactly, ago that we started up this Minecraft seed, this brand new world. I had never seen, I hadn't played 1.18. So I hadn't been to the deep, dark, down depths or to the massive heights. I hadn't played a Minecraft that natively had copper ore in it. The last version that I'd played was 1.16.5, and so we got in here together to explore, and we're still playing it as I build, myself up, and also just build, because it's called Minecraft, and what it wants you to do is first mine, and then with the things that you've mined, you craft, is the idea there. But this was the basic, form and structure. In fact, let's walk in through the front door. There we go. We walked out through the front door. Let's walk in through the front door of our observatory-ish thing. Museum observatory, that's what I was saying all at the end of the last live stream after I'd started to build this. And so what we've done is you walk in, and this is your first eye line. The spaces are, separated out so that, this is a certain kind of a viewing area, a certain, there's a interactive science lesson for the kids right here, because it's a museum observatory. That's what you always get, right? And then over here, this is sectioned off a little bit to its own as well, with just a beam that comes across and a little kind of thing. And then you're in this area. This, I kept saying, we're going to have a glass wall here, and then you walk through a door on the glass wall, and you're out on this patio where, it's the outdoor cafe kind of thing. Or at least it's where maybe the cafe is in here, you buy your chicken soup or whatever, and then you walk out here and you eat it out here. These were my thoughts by the end of the last live stream, and it was all built around this. It was actually all built around this naturally occurring indentation, in the terrain. I started building this thing around here, and then I built out there, and I was like, let me curve this instead of making it like a corner, and I did the same on the other side, and then once we had all of that done, I was like, this is getting Griffith Observatory-ish. So, let's see what Griffith Observatory looks like, which should be somewhere around here. Round here. If you're going to use any of these images for some kind of, commercial use where you're online, maybe you're, during a live stream or something like that, make sure you buy them off of Axiom Images. I just searched it. I'm just pulling up reference photography so that I can build a thing. This is, I mean, you can't get blood from a stone, honestly, is the real issue here, okay? Axiom, hi. If you want to send lawyers at me, you're just going to lose money in the long run. I don't have any. I'm in Detroit right now. I don't know if you can see. This is my gaming chair. But yeah, so this is Griffith Observatory from the Hollywood side, from the looking up the hillside, which is actually what I'm most interested in, and that's why I, grabbed this and pulled it up as a reference on the live stream, is because usually most of the images that you get of Griffith Observatory are from the other side, which is very, like, you can kind of imagine what Griffith Observatory looks like from the other side. The front of it is, you can see it's got one dome on either side of it. It's a thin strip of a building, that little copper peak right in the middle where you'd walk in, and then the big dome behind it. So it's all from the front. It's just very symmetrical. It's two tits, left and right, and then one big tit in the middle, back, kind of a thing. It is basically the face of it. And then other than that, it's just a skinny strip of a building up front. But out back is where it gets interesting, I like big butts, and I cannot lie. You've got, over here, notably, we've got this big, I believe they do, where they show in the stars they project on the ceiling kind of thing, and they do that, I think, in here. And then, on the outside of this, however, you can see that these are these angled archways that go down along the sides, follow down with this architectural design work, this completely unnecessary, beautiful stuff that's going on here. But it goes across and down like that and creates an arch where the public can actually just walk along out back here. In fact, maybe that's even like the entrance. Maybe that's the way into here if you buy a ticket to go and see whatever the show is. You other brothers can't deny. But so, this is the interesting side of things. I believe that Terminator, I believe that Arnold Schwarzenegger appeared in our timeline in 1984 as the Terminator right about here. That's my guess. It could have been over here, but I think it's over here that Terminator came out. A lot of things the Griffith Observatory is used a lot in Hollywood. I mean, why not? They're right there. They just go up the hill and pull some cameras out and they're shooting. But yeah, I didn't realize that. I looked it up. I was trying to make some references. I knew that Griffith Observatory was in GTA 5, or at least, that they'd modeled after the GTA, after it in GTA 5. I also knew that it was in Simpsons Hit and Run off the top of my head. Yeah, that's the Griffith Observatory is like the later missions once you're past Lisa, I think, because Lisa is the downhill stuff. And then, or hers is, the pier, right? Isn't Lisa doing all the stuff around the pier? Maybe it is during Lisa's section of that game. It's either Lisa or Bart. It might be Bart, like the second appearance of Bart or something like that. But you're driving around in what is clearly the Hollywood Hills, and, your missions keep taking you back to visit, the scientist who's always, he's got the glasses. I think, yeah. And he's at the Griffith Observatory, basically. Yes, said Delady. Yes to, it was Lisa's part, or it was Bart's second appearance? I never remember. But I was just curious what other things was Griffith Observatory in, and I was shocked to find out that that when Arnold Schwarzenegger comes back as the first Terminator ever in the Terminator series in 1984's Terminator, his bubble that he comes out of, there's like a truck dude, a truck driver who's sitting in a truck, and he's like looking out and he sees like lightning and whatnot, and he looks, and then there's a naked man, so he like just drives away real quick. But as the camera pans back, Arnold stands up and then turns around, looks around him, and then starts walking off into the distance. And as the camera pans, whatever building he's next to disappears, and you get the sky, or rather, you get this beautiful downward view of L.A. And that view is from like right about here or there, but I'm guessing here. So yeah, Arnold Schwarzenegger and the Terminators appeared at the Griffith Observatory. It's the first place that Skynet could think to send Arnold Schwarzenegger. So we've got this view, and I started building around this view, and it has that Griffith Observatory-ish feel to it. There's no domes yet, but we're definitely going to have at least a dome. You see how I did some curving and whatnot. Now the question is whether or not I like undo. Oh, it was Lisa's section? Okay. I could undo, what we've done. I could get out my great big heavy hitting friggin' Axe version 0.03, efficiency 5 on braking 3 axe here, and I could just shave off the front of that building and make it skinny. And then the front of our building would be skinny like the front of Griffith Observatory. But I don't want to like try and force a larger footprint onto this building. And honestly, if it's made any skinnier, like we're not going to have the kind of space that we need for a 3-dome thing like Griffith Observatory has. Griffith would have a dome, a small dome here, a small dome on this side of the building as well, and then it would have a big dome, which would actually be like back there. The big dome would be woof, but we're inverted here. And I don't think, well, I could actually build a dome that goes out over this, couldn't I? Like, just make a dome that does that, and then is completely unsupported. Like, it stops being supported at the edges, right there. So it would be, half of the dome would be supported. And then we'd have, a dome of that size out to about there. It wouldn't, like, mess with your view, because your view is all downward mostly from here. So we could have a dome back there and get an even more observatory-ish look. Or we could just move that bigger dome in, and then have the 2 domes over there. By the way, I've never made a dome in Minecraft before, so this will be fun. Architecture. something architecture profit is what I'm basically saying right now. I think I like the idea of having the dome here, and then, like, it's just open, though. And that would be supported enough. If the dome is just, it's purely decorative kind of thing, it just needs to be able to, sustain the weather and whatnot, and if the the midpoint of the dome is from there to there, then that would be supported enough to be feasible in the real world. Have a dome, half dome hanging out. It could be. So I like that because that means that when you stand back here, if we do have that big dome, and then we have the 2 little domes off to either side, it's not really going to be that, is it? Because I've got a completely different, like, shape design for the front of my building. But I like that as a place to start anyway. I really like that as a design mentality. And this is so far just all birchwood because that was what we had the most of. When we started, I threw a whole bunch of crap in here just to get it out of my inventory. I have a bunch of spruce logs, and that's kind of it for wood right now. So if we are going to continue, building in mainly mainly birch, so I'd have to go back. Actually, like, what do we got here? You've got darker roofs, okay? So, actually, I can justify building this in spruce instead. Building the domes in spruce. And that means I don't have to make a run back, and actually we can get spruce a lot easier, because we can just grow those 2x2 giant trees. So, alright. Tell you what, make me some ladders so I have an easy way of going up and down the exterior of this building as we build. But I'm going to immediately jump into 6 is well, go ahead and get 9. Just in case. I'm going to jump immediately into figuring out how to make a dome here without actually just looking it up, which I could just do. I could just look it up. Why don't you just look it up? In fact, I might just put these ladders here. I doubt this will change what type of wood is right here. There's a lot of little, like, subtle things that I've already sort of thought about. But when we built this, it was, I want to say a happy accident. I want to say a fortunate accident. But you can notice when you stand right here that we've got the curve is different here than it is there. I've got 2 blocks next to each other, and then I've got 3 blocks next to each other over there. And it was actually, I was taking this curve around, and then those 3 blocks that are supposed to be the curve end right there. And then I said, you know what, take this out to 5, and then I kept building. I didn't quite intend what I got, but I like what I got. And I think I'm going to accentuate it by putting something along there, which might just be darker wood, or it could be logs instead, to make that, you know, strip, like, call attention to that strip. But okay, out here in the fields, where we hunt for our meals. That's all I've got. That's all I remember. Anybody know that song? Out here in the fields where we hunt for our meals. Wait, something like that? Are those even the words? So the this circle's already been started, but actually the half of the dome would end up being one more out. You know, it's 5 on the flat sides of this if I were going to just do what is ostensibly looking like a hexagon here already, then it would be 5. So the center piece would be one more out, and I don't want to extend it further out. And also, you know, this is basically hexagonal, to have, like, basically you call that 3 flat, and then, or you call it 5 flat, and then 3 diagonal. Well, it's 2 diagonal, and then it would be another 5 flat. Yeah. I don't want to undo the curve. I don't want to change the curve. I want to work with the curve in order to make a dome. But I might work around the curve a little bit. Like, the dome doesn't have to match exactly the curve that makes sense for the building and for those windows where we're going to have them inside there. Do I have any torches? No? You could go ahead and make the torches. The last of my torches, you could make them. And then what you could do with them is you could shove them up. You could put them over here. And over here. And maybe over here. And over there. Just discourage spawning. Although in this version of the game, you'd need light level 0, wouldn't you? And we're not going to get that when we're outside. So, dome shaping. In fact, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to switch that out so that I've got some light in my hand all the time. Like, if I take this 3, and then I come in and I do a 2, and then I do a 1, and then a 2, and then a 1, and then a 2, and then a 3, or whatever it was that I was saying, like, that could work. I'm going to start by just drawing that out. Whatever it was that I just said, I'm going to draw it. So I've got a better idea. So you're supposed to be actually 3, and then it would be 1. And then you're a 2 on that side. Like that, apparently. And then a 3 here. Boy, that looks so much less circular, what I've just done. Because it's usually the way that you do this is, if you're going to have a 2 over there, then you'd have a 2 over here, and then you'd have a 1 in the middle. Working around an existing curve that is not... I mean, this might be a viable, like, circle, actually, in Minecraft if I kept doing that pattern around, but it would really be closer to a hexagon for me. So I'm trying to make something that's a little bit larger. And I think what I should be thinking in, the terms that I should be thinking in, is actually, if this is the center, then it's like this. If this is the line that bisects, there's a word that could be used better than saying center. If this is the line that's going to bisect our dome, then that is the middle. And then you might have like a 2 for here, and then you might have a 1 for there. And then you just got to do the same on this side, which would be having a 2 for there. See, but it just ain't going to work like that because you're taking the curve a lot slower here than you have to take it over here in order to make it work. I mean, that's nice, the 3, 2, 1, and then the 2, but then the dome would have to... You feel me? Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Life's a garden. You dig? Alright, so if our edges for this dome are going to be 3s, like we know that that's the edge, we know that this is the edge, then we just have to do whatever we have to do between here in order to make it, you know, give it a rounded-ishness. A roundedness-ishness. Which, on this side, if I put that there, then the equivalent would be putting that there, and then you just gotta do that. And you just gotta follow the line that already exists, which ends up being very hexagonal. If I were to pull up like a Minecraft circle, you know, generator, and I told it to generate a, you know, bitwise a Minecraft circle here that was of this radius, which is apparently, what are we talking about? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Would this be the shape that it makes? Because it just ain't gonna work any other way. Like, or it's not gonna look good any other way. Because if we make, you know, this 2 and then that 2, I mean, that's the other way to go, would be you get rid of this, and then you make that 2 and that 2, and then I stand back and I look at that and I say, is that more or less circular than, you know, visually circular? And I think that actually, that is more visually circular, I think, than just doing the diagonal line, basically hexagon. Yeah, I was hearing a spider over there. So I guess at this point then that's what I'm going with until somebody tells me, "No, stop. Oh my god, please. You're hurting my eyes." Or something like that, but it'll be 3, 2, 2, 3. And we'll just see how that works. Now, in order to make this into a dome, you know, I got to do something I've never done before, that I should probably just look up, because I could just look it up, and then it would be just there. The information that I want and need would just be there, and I wouldn't have to be inventing the wheel as I go. Now, if you actually know me as a person, you'll know that that's not going to happen until we've spent an hour and a half, you know, doing it wrong, and reinventing the wheel. Aha! I knew you'd come eventually. I was looking for you. Yes. But yeah, that coming up to there and that doing that. Question is, do I want to do that? That seems like it's going to be a little bit too fast for a nice dome. So I think it's going to be more like this. In fact, we might have wanted to go up another layer before we even started to bring it in. I might do that. Especially because we got to bear in mind... Oh, Jesus. We got to bear in mind that... what is this going to look like from the ground level? So the taller that we can make this dome back here, the better for the sight lines that we're going to have up front. So if I just copy what we were doing, take it up by one whole level before I even start to try and dome it. It's probably for the best. And the sun is already coming up, so we didn't take that long to get the first layer of blocks down. And by the way, this is only half. Whereas, should I do the whole dome at once? Yeah, I think maybe that's an idea. In order to do that, I think I'd come in and then do 1, 2, and then on the inside, you're 1, 2, and then on the inside again, 1, 2, 3. I'm not even going to look up. I just have so much faith that I know exactly what I'm doing at all times here. Oh, well, I'm out of wood, so I guess I have to look up. No, you don't. And it's just going to come out perfectly symmetrical, and no one's going to be able to judge me at all, ever again, like in high school. It's just not going to happen. So those 3, and then there was 2, and then it would have been these 2, like that, and then that connected me all the way around. And if I wanted it to look the same way as that one, and now when I look up, yeah, I just made ourselves the beginning of our dome, because I'm a fucking genius. You're welcome. You're welcome, world. I feel a little underappreciated, honestly. Sometimes from your world. Feels like you don't recognize it. You know, you're welcome. And I've been looking for a thank you for quite a while, honestly. Alright, dome has begun. And now we have to start 3D-ifying it, which I believe is going to require what I was doing before, which is bringing this up. We can recover those blocks later, like hollow it back out, but right now I need these to come up. Definitely. And that would be the same here as well, right? Would it? Right? Would it? Here, you can go there. Yeah, I think that's it. And then we keep bringing them up. I didn't have to look back. I looked back in order, like, I wasn't making a comparison to my old work. I know exactly what I'm doing, and I'm making all of the correct choices. I just didn't want, you know, any of you to feel shamed by my ability to do this by eye, while the rest of you have to like double check things and that kind of thing. So I looked up for that reason, not because I need it, but so that you won't. Anyway, did I bring? Yeah, you've got more ladders. Good. Bring me my ladders. And we'll have like this. Yeah, that seems reasonable. And then here or there, like, it's a pretty... I think probably it'll end up looking more three-dimensional if I go there instead. Which would mean probably the same is true about all of this when we fell around like that. But let's just... Yeah, that looks good. I will follow that as my standard here then. So it'll be internal, fill in the gap, which means like that. And we're out of wood again. And I can switch over to slabs. But, you know, that bothers everybody, right? Everybody's bothered by that. Just to know that it's 2 half blocks instead of 1 whole block in all of those places that you put things. So, we need to go get more spruce wood. Where is the walk down? It's right here. It's the ladder. There we go. Yes. Perfect. Nailed it. So let's go back home. I'm sorry. Oh, okay. You son of a bitch. These guys have been a real problem during this build. Yeah. So I'm going to go down over here. It's somewhere over here. Isn't it? There it is. And we'll just row our way back home. I've got a spruce tree farm back at my house, and we'll, you know, cut down what I believe is referred to in the scientific community as a metric kiloshit ton of spruce wood. You can see my spruce trees already in the distance there. We could also make it, you know, we could have... Oh, shit! Maybe we should have. It's not too late, Pawn. Maybe we should have made the domes purple. Because we've got netherwood. And we've made all of our roofs that nylium whatever wood. We've made it that color anyway. Until now. Did I cut one of these down and not reseed it? I'm such a bad boy. But yeah, we've got a lot of them. If I take them all down, we'll be able to collect the saplings. We'll be able to collect a bunch of saplings. And we'll have all of the wood that we could possibly want for roofs and flooring and everything else that we need to be dark. However, we will still be light in the Leo Fairs in terms of the oak wood, which is the exterior color currently. And I'm not going to rip down everything that we've put up, but I am definitely going to go back and detail it with either other colors of wood or with oak log in order to pull the thing together, because right now it just looks like a weird shape of oak wood. I also would like to end up with, since we are trying to take Griffith Observatory as a bit of inspiration here, I would like to end up with an external walk-around that has some archways about it. And I also liked the look of Griffith Observatory, the way that it digs itself into the hillside, and you can see, like, the windows from a lower level. I don't know if I really want to build a whole lower level that's in the hillside. Maybe we can do that in sort of part, you know, do a partial. You know what you should take this one down first, because this one is going to take the longest amount of time to, you know, this has got all the leaves on it. Yeah. But I would like to have, yeah, an exterior walkabout the way that Griffith has. That lets you get that really nice view overhanging the edge. But without, ooh, that's a consideration, without blocking our interior view from the main floor, out the main windows that kind of inspired the whole building, you know, the whole shape and structure from the beginning, was that view. So I don't want to lose that view. So that's interesting. Like, when you put those stipulations together as sort of what direction am I going in this build, put those two requirements next to one another, and I think we'll end up getting something that is unique from Griffith, from the Hollywood Hills Observatory, but clearly, definitely inspired thereby. It means that our walkabout on the outside has to be lower than the main floor of the building, for one. And if I would have thought of this in the first place and been like, let's make Griffith Observatory, then I might have gone about it instead of with wood. We might have decided out of concrete or something, you know, that in that direction. That would be more appropriate, and I'd be able to control the color a lot more specifically. But we've already got most of the buildings started as oak, so I'm not going backwards on that part. Wow, that is a tall one. When you're going up, you're not even noticing how far up you're going. And then you're there, and then you have to come back down, and that was a tall-ass tree. Is there one more? I'm going to grab whatever saplings happen to be on the ground right now so they don't end up despawning. And then we'll take this guy down as well. Collect all the saplings up. Sapling sticks, apples perhaps. Replant. I might have to empty my inventory into my chests too, because we're going to have so much spruce wood after just one harvest? I wonder if that's what they call it in the, logging industry, or in the people who actually grow the trees to cut them down. Is it a harvest? When you've got a tree farm, and then you come to take it down, or is it just, cut day? It's the day we go out and we cut the wood, like, see? Duh. Yeah, see, my inventory went and filled up on wood, though, didn't it? Grab some of these saplings. Run back in. Drop off my wood. We still need to, like, pour ourselves a swimming pool out back here. You know, the design of this house was specifically to be, like, suburban. And it's not going to look... It's just going to look like I made a kind of boring house in Minecraft for my main house until I put in the accoutrement. Until the pool is poured and some other things are there to go like, okay, he's really leaning into a visual aesthetic here. This isn't just... This is intentional. And just somebody built an excessively common house. You know, maybe we need to actually put on a two-car garage with a driveway in order to sell the aesthetic also. Maybe that's another thing that needs to happen. Although, considering our house is just, the front of the house, what is clearly the front of the house faces the water there. I don't know, the two-car garage, maybe it's a two-car boat garage, which is called, there's a name for it that I know, and will now say aloud. Yard. A boat yard. That's 30 spruce saplings. I think we can go ahead and replant and not worry that we didn't pick up enough saplings. So I'll put one there. I'll walk a little bit over here and put another. That's two big guys. Let's have one here. I don't want to get too far off, because then, it's possible the saplings grow. Or the tree grows in such a way the saplings fall off, and it just makes it harder to pick it up when you're coming back for them. Let's have another one here. And here. Okay. And any more saplings? I don't want to be wasteful. Saplings, sticks, apples. Okay. I feel good about that boat harvest. I mean, the tree yard that we just did. Saplings away. I think I will leave potentially another whole stack. How much wood? Yeah, another whole stack of the spruce will stay back here. Because we will be taking, that looks like I've got 3 whole stacks plus another 8 of just the wood itself. Turn that into planks. Boy, that's another consideration, is I could have made the dome out of half slabs, or I could make the top of it out of half slabs or something. No, Paul, and that will just further convolute and confuse something that's already going to be rather difficult. Do we have any more oak in here? I presume not. Yeah. So it's not birch that we've built everything out of, it's oak. Which we don't have like a dedicated oak forest nearby. It's mostly birchwood forest with a little bit of oak in there too. What? No. Go to sleep. Silly. So unless I'm stopping off for oak on the way back, which I might. That's a pretty decent. Let's go across here. How much inventory space have I got? 2? Well, you know what? 2 is 128 logs. So, yeah. Let's cut some oak on our way back to the project. To the work site, even. Oh, my shield is in another castle. Yeah. Top off on the steak since you're getting low on all of those things. So yeah, let's pick up, I suppose another two whole stacks of oak. Just from the random ass forest over here. Wait a second, what the hell? I picked up shit from skeletons, didn't I? Damn it. Bones, and I've got bone meal? Why do I have so much shit in my inventory? Hang on. That's what this boat is for, right? So you can dump the shit that you pick up out of your inventory. Oh yeah, the mangrove propaguli. That I have no idea what it is. We might want that for building later. A lead? Why am I carrying around 2 leads? I guess because we had a wandering villager and they can never keep their camels under control. Like, somebody needs to, like, do something about that. Pass an ordinance or something. Start charging these sons of bitches. I'm sick of picking up camel shit. And I know I'm not the only one. On the association board, who is sick of picking up Gerald's camel shit. He needs to keep those fucking animals on leashes. I don't want to take down any of the really, like, tall, cool-looking oak trees. But I don't mind cutting the short, stumpy, average-looking ones back. And, you know, moving the forest line in its entirety back a little bit. But the ones that actually look like trees, those get to... They live. I will allow it. Now, are you connected to that? No, so that might allow both of those oak trees to biodegrade without it becoming a problem. You're not connected to anything. It's problematic for me. I'll take you down as well. I already got you, right? So that'll actually help you come down. But yeah, that tree right there, this big tall son of a bitch, that kind of thing, those aren't going anywhere. I refuse. And I think actually pruning the forest and just leaving the tall, cool-looking oak trees will make for a more interesting forest for me to look across the river at. Yeah, I don't actually need to hit you down, and I might not. I might move on to some other area. Pull this back a little. How we doing on logs, oak logs, at this point? 54. Let me put you on the hotbar so I can see as we go. I might just grab one stack just so that we can get back, get some work done today, kind of a thing. Where the sun goes down, we can get over there and be building. I mean, the oak is, we'll need it eventually, but we're going to be building some domes out of the darker wood that we just took, the spruce, before we actually end up needing any of that oak, and that's going to take a minute, so it's not a priority. Alright, well, I've gone past the 64, so it's become a priority, apparently. So get me this other one, and we'll get all 128 that we were planning. And that'll leave more time for the saplings to fall. I should walk past the area that I started in. Just to get some recollection going. Why are you still haven't biodegraded? Is there like a chunk of wood somewhere in here that you're touching? Or are you just taking your sweet fucking time? Apparently it's just the sweet and the fucking and the time. Yeah, there you go. You might end up with more than one stack of sticks, which could be a problem. No, it's not a problem because you emptied your inventory. Wow, I am really thinning this forest. Yeah, somebody showed up at the last live stream 2 days, not yesterday, but the day before, and said, "Boy, I've seen some gamer chairs in my day, but yours looks the most comfortable." And I am stealing that. I am absolutely stealing that. That is going to be something that I use as a joke from now on, because I needed a nice disarming statement about the fact that I am technically laying in bed on this live stream. And that's the perfect thing. And great, like good artists come up with their own shit. Great artists steal. It's good artists borrow, Paul. Well, I'm a great artist, so I couldn't think of that. I needed someone else to say it first, and then I could have stolen it. That's where we are. I'm just proving what a great artist I am. 54, 10 more. 10 more oaks, and then we'll call that good, and we'll head back to the work site. Leno 2206. Hey, I hate your show. Well, you don't do it anymore, but I hated you and your show when it was on. How you doing? Hey, just saw your video regarding this whole GDQ thing. Just wondering how life is now. Oh, the old, the Connor Ace, that whole deal? I just saw a video made by a channel called Be Amazed that they did, like, they did a series of videos about gamers caught cheating. And I was in it because of Connor, so, thanks, Connor. But yeah, how things are now is, we're, in my household, we are living off of, swiftly dwindling inheritance from a relative who died and left me a little bit of money, because I've got a chronic illness that means that I'm unable to even, like, live stream with regularity. which is also why I'm, you know, broadcasting from this gamer chair, this awesome gamer chair, because I can keep the energy up quite a lot longer from here. But yeah, so, you know, that's in terms of the economics, which is what Connor's lies really impacted. You know, in the long term, it would have been a really good opportunity to have to grow a large, you know, audience, which maybe I would have, you know, it wouldn't happen. Maybe people see me, listen to me, and they're like, I don't like this guy. But, you know, would have been a pretty important opportunity to have, to be able to pay the bills while being, you know, as one of the few people who gets to, like, sit down and talk for a living, which it turns out I apparently absolutely need because chronic illness, chronic fatigue syndrome in particular. So there's that. On the much better side, because I'm not actually, you know, typically one to bitch, whine, moan, and complain. I mean, I am one to complain, but the important things are very good, which is to say that there is a lady pawn in my life now, and we've been living together for enough time that I can't really remember how long it's been, and there are, you know, plans to solidify that in a way. I'm not saying anything yet because, you know, I'd like to make it a formal announcement, you know, for the sake of the viewership kind of thing, and maybe do something special when I do. But, you know, there are plans in the works. So, you know, what are the things that you're supposed to make sure that you've got squared out of life? Love is one of them, right? So, boom, nailed it. We got it. It's in the bag. And we've got five cats. So that's five cats indoors, and then Lady Pawn takes care of 6 more outdoors, and in fact, one of them just had more kittens, so it's probably up to maybe 9 that she'll end up taking care of. She's actually got one cat right now. Lady Pawn has a kitten in our garage, which some colloquially, some call it a shed, but it's technically a garage. It may be, the entire structure may be leaning a bit. Where the hell am I going here? Okay, I parked the boat here. This is where I usually park the boat. And then I just need to walk up the hill a little bit. So the boat, I think the boat's actually supposed to be more over here. Just move this. But yeah, there's a cat out in the garage right now. Where the hell is my stairwell? There it is. Geez, put a light on the thing. Number 1, so that I can see it from there. Number 2, come out this way. You stand. No. Man, I would actually like to have knockback on this sword. But yeah, so there, and then put the that's where you want to park the boat. So cat in garage right now. It's currently costing about $5 a day to run a space heater out there. We haven't, the cat hasn't been out there for a day yet. No, she caught the cat. She's taken a trap and rescue course, so she's, you know, properly, like, certified, as much as they certify people for trap and rescue, to catch these cats, and then this morning, because right now it's coming up on 5 a.m. here, so about 3-4 hours from now, she's going to be taking the, damn it, she's going to take that kitten in to be spayed. presumably spayed. That's my, you know, they've all been female cats so far, every cat. That has been birthed by the cat that we call Nermal they've all been girls. So I'm guessing that that's all Nermal's ovaries will do, is girls. Great, man. Love to see it's not all downhill. Definitely wish you had the best, or wish you the best. I find your voice and way of talking very soothing. I enjoy your storytelling right now. Yeah, that's basically all I got at this point. And Argus, could you bring the cat in so we can analyze it? Analyze it? For what? We determine its gender by, you know, looking real hard? What do you mean? It's in a, you know, a trap, designed for, we bought 2 large traps, and my father actually had one smaller one that's probably not for, like, a full-sized cat, but these aren't full-sized cats, these are kittens, that she's catching, but, I don't know which trap she used to catch this one in particular, but it was the last of the kittens that needed to be caught so that it could be spayed. And now one of the mother cats has gone and had another litter, because she was unable to get to that cat, to Nermal, before, you know, the pregnancy set its course, I guess, because they will absolutely, yeah, that's right, the places that do this, whatever the fuck they're called, what do? You come in by one and then over? In by one and then over, and then you're there, and then, do I take that back? Out? I just did that to put that there, so I didn't need to actually put that there ever. I'm confusing myself a little bit about what's supposed to happen here, but no, that's all correct. It's like just corners. On this ring, it's just corners. Okay. What was I saying? Something about cats, right? For observation. It's very cold outside right now, so yeah, space heater next to the trap outside, or, well, not outside, in the garage. And 4 hours from now, she'll be taking it in to get spayed. Nermal, that's what I was saying, was that the places that do this kind of a thing, the vets that do this kind of a thing, they will abort a active pregnancy from any cat that you bring in, and then they will, you know, neuter them, or they'll do the thing that they need to do, whatever it is. Is this, it's the same 3 the whole way so far, Pawn? That doesn't seem like it should be right. Like, that can't be correct, right? You're just doing 3, 3, 3. It's just stepping up on the edges. Like, those 2, sure, but at some point it's got to get smaller. Now, on the 3s, the only way for it to get smaller is to go down to 1. Which makes me think that it's still going to be 3, but maybe to try and help with it looking circular, it looking like a sphere thing, you do that? I don't know. I'm inventing this as I go. I've never done a dome before. If we look at this in terms of it's going straight up there, and then this is a diagonal cut, there should really be, like, probably just 1 strongly diagonal cut, and then 2 that are flatter. So this is the diagonal cut that cuts in completely, and then we get to here, and this would be a flatter thing. I don't fucking know, basically, is what I'm going to say. I'm going to put that there, and I'm going to do that like that and that. So if I'm bringing you up like that, can I just knock you down so that you match the rest of this? I got a better ability to judge. Let me go along the angles here first, because the angles seem pretty much lock guaranteed. No, maybe not. Because I'm doing that and that in order to match you. And then are we going to do this? It seems like we might be doing that, pawn. You okay? Let's just keep doing the angles. So I'm filling in the diagonal and I'm coming up like this. But yeah, you know, part of their thing, the reason why they're doing that is to reduce the cat population, to get it under control, to not have a bunch of cats out there that are just, you know, living horrible lives and dying kind of things. And so that being their goal, you bring in a cat that's pregnant and they will abort the pregnancy and then spay it. I'm not sure about this shape that we got going right now when I look at it from another angle. And again, I am to there, restack you. I am fully aware that we've just done, you know, from any one of these sides, it's just steps right now. It's 3, 3, 3 on the side, and then we've got this symmetrically curved thing. I don't know. It might be plausible. It's just how tall can we possibly, like, get it at this point? It looks like it's already starting to close itself off. If I did 2 there, it makes me think that maybe I should do another 2 going up, but I don't think 2 going up will be right. If I bring you out a little bit more on certain angles, like if I filled that in, that would give it more height. Alright, that looks horrible from that side, but what would you be doing then? This was 1 in the middle there, 1 in the middle there, and then you go, it's empty, and then you fill that, and you fill that, and then that's empty, and that's empty, and then you fill that, and you fill that, and then and then you fill that, and you fill that, and then and then you fill that, and you fill that. And then we've done all the way around, and that should give the dome a little bit more height from the various angles. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it looked more circular before. That's a fine circle from above, though. And I think it's going to be way more important to make the overall shape to have the right kind of transfer, the right kind of transit, I'm going to call it. The visual transit of having height to it. Are we still doing 3s here? At some point, you want to actually start, you'd end up like building in a little bit, as opposed to just going up. And so that might be this moment, you know, where we move in like that on those 2, move in like that, in like that, in like that. And then I guess I could do that again. I don't know if that helps with the height or hurts with the height. Kind of feel like it would be better if it was this right here. I mean, it just ends up being 3, 3, 3 all the way around, but these are all technically viable circles that we've made, I think. It's so small of a dome, it's almost hard to convey that it's a dome. Maybe we can fill some of it in with half slabs as well in order to make it like a little bit nicer of a dome. I don't know. Never done a dome before. Have I mentioned that? I've never done a dome before. You might have mentioned it once or twice, Pawn. Oh, okay, good. I mean, it's going to end up being a steeple if you don't round more here. Like, it might be like that you want to do at this point, and then you can have that, and then probably not even like a peak on it. Because I was trying to give it that height, it doesn't quite... Like, I'm going to take these off. These were put in to try and give it a little bit of... To change it up from it just being steps of 3 the entire time was one of the things, but also to try and give it more height. But visually, you step back and kind of miss the domeness of it. And I feel like I'm still missing the domeness of it. It's a little bit more. It's a little bit better. And it could be significantly improved with half slabs. But hey, for my first attempt at any kind of a dome, what do you think? What do you rate it? Out of 10. Out of 10. Out of 10. It's a bit small is what it is the main thing that I'd say about it. Is it's small, and because of its smallness, it's hard to convey the domeness of it. I guess, yeah, oops, wrong one. As long as I don't have any more. It looks pretty domey from underneath, although it could be lit up or something like that. Let's pass the night so that I can see what it looks like in the morning from below. I mean, the size of the dome was always going to be dictated by that curve, unless I just decided to do something completely different. But yeah, let's look from the inside when we've got some light to fill it up a little bit. Oh, it looks very domey from underneath. Geez, I really wish... Oh, I've got one torch to my name. Throws a little bit of extra light up there. But yeah, that's very domey from the underneath here looking out, and I kind of like it. I mean, look at that. That's very ornate. It's very vestibule, and it actually makes, even though it's like blocking part of your skyline, it makes what skyline you can see seem even more grandiose. There's additional grandeur to it, to what you can't see. That looks really cool from down here. Like, honestly, and it doesn't really matter what it looks like from the roof. If anything, you know, the only other place where we... Shoot, hang on. Wrong one. There we go. The only other place where we would care about its eye line, or rather just what it looks like, is from the ground, looking up. Because it's supposed to give us a little bit of that, that Phillips Hollywood Hills Observatory sense, and you can't even fucking see it from here, which is probably not that big of a deal, because if we do the Phillips thing, then there's supposed to be another dome on this side and then another dome on that side. We might not take... You know, as I'm looking at it right here, right now, we've already got our own circular form started here at the front. Maybe we just dome that, and then we just have the two domes, and then the rest of the Phillips inspiration. I mean, number one, Phillips is still inspiring in that we're considering doming it, or in that we're doing domes. But the rest of the primary inspiration from Phillips would be the exterior, in having a bit of a walkabout somewhere down here that has some arches going along it and that kind of thing. Yeah. It's supposed to be just inspiration. I didn't want to actually try and fit a Phillips in here. It was sort of a late occurrence to me that this was starting to look something like the Phillips Observatory. So I didn't want to rip everything down and rebuild from scratch in order to really make it look that way. And as I didn't, this is what we get. I'm going to... Yeah. I want to see what this looks like. Inside and out. So I want that, and I want the ladders on it. Okay. And then from the exterior, step back. Alright, the ladder in front of it makes it, like, not stand out, but also it just makes it more subtle. It still stands out. I like that. You know, it kind of helps it to blend, but it still stands out. It actually makes it look even more three-dimensional. I do like that. On the interior, we end up with this, and we don't have the kind of lighting in here that we would need. Oh, but look! It just so happens to be on the same strip where we've got our half slabs, or where we've got our beam line. So that actually works even more. That's beautiful. That's brilliant. Something comes together like that, you know that it was destined to be. Oh, good, it's raining. But yeah, I think this place is going to need, like, glowstone lighting. Is there a blue... I know that you can get, like, soul flames, but, like, is there a form of lighting that isn't, like, an open flame that would give us a blue source of light? What color light do you get from the, like, water temple shit? Like, don't water temples have, they've got some kind of light that's like that, don't they? Now, the front of our building has a hell of a dome that it starts, or has a hell of a circle that it starts out. We're actually going, well, if you count that wall, then it'd be 4, but we do 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3. It's not a circle. It's not following a circle pattern. It's a little bit its own sort of a thing, but what we could do is we could start the dome. We could start a dome here. And then when we get to the front of the building, we could just carry it back so that these two would not be part of the dome. That would be very interesting. You know, like, most of this has been, since we got to a certain point in the build and said, it's kind of like a museum, it's kind of like an observatory, I have been willfully going in the direction of weird curves, weird lines, stuff like that, because museums and they're just like that, aren't they? Aren't they, though? That they're just like that. I'm going to follow this pattern on the inside until we get to here. And then is that the same? Is that... Yeah, so it's 3, 2, 1, 2, 3. So 3, 2, 1, 2, and then 3. Museums themselves are, you know, very often considered art these days, and are built to be artistic architecture. So I've been leaning in that direction with this thing. So I'm just hoping that by the time we get done with it, it's an interesting thing to look at, and it doesn't just look like, wow, you didn't follow any rules of visual design, or did you there, though? Did you, though, there? So is this perfectly across from the other 3? It is, and look at how that lines up with that dome. I fucking love it. We're actually going to have, like, 2 interiors here that you can probably walk through one out toward the other and then fall down, because that one's going to stay open. But I like it anyway. And get you out of the way. So those 3, and then it's 2, and then it's 1, and then it's 2, and we've gone all the way around in a perfect Minecrafty circle. Yeah. And this will be the base of our dome. Our other dome went up a whole nother level, you know, without, like, changing anything first. So I don't know if that's what we should do here or not, but that's what I'm going to start by doing. Just bring it up. Just extrude it on the Z or the Y or whatever coordinate system you follow. I mean, technically it could be the X. I don't know why we have to have, like, a disagreement over whether it's the Y or the Z going up. It's obviously supposed to be the fucking Y. 2D, X has been left and right, Y has been up and down forever. So if you add another dimension to it for the third dimension, then the Z is obviously the depth. It's not the fucking height, you fucking idiots. But I don't feel strongly about it or anything, and I don't want to have an argument. So what if, for this dome, I try to do something a little bit differently? We've got 3 across the front, and over there, we just ended up, like, making 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. It was, I don't know. Let's try going across here with a 5 now. It's just playing with math, and I know how to play with math, god damn it. I'm going to put the 5s in at every side first, and then we'll see what the space looks like, you know, the remaining space between them that's on the angles to fill before we make that decision. So we bridge across the 3 gap with 5s. And then what's left is, you know, that. I could actually just follow that exactly and have this be part of the height of the dome growing. Nope. Like, I think I need to try that and just see what's going on there. Ugh, it doesn't look very circle-y, does it? Like, each layer should be a circle, but I guess, like, more important would be that as many of the eye lines as possible going all the way around the building, you want it to look, you know, round and domey. So that would probably be the more important consideration. It has definitely become night, and that means that I can make this rain go away. So let's go do that. Creeper walks in to a bar. A creeper walks into a bar and he says, and then yeah, put one there, and that gets me up here. So then the 5, in order to keep those eye lines better, I think this does need to, like, come in, and do that along the sides. And I don't necessarily need these, but I needed them there to place it, so let's take them out. Let's hollow this one as we go. And just have what we need for the eye line. In fact, I could put you there then, too, because you're coming back out. And yes, really should just look up a you know, dome pattern that people have already done. Tell them what the circumference or the radius or something like that is, and then they'll just give me the instructions at every point on how to make a dome. But but shut up. I haven't done that. And we're not doing that, apparently. We're inventing the wheel from scratch. So this is 3 layers up. I feel like we can start being more diagonal in the dominess, in its domish ways, which means that I would bring this in and do like this, and then because we did the 5 on the last level, I think maybe we should do the 3 on this one. But then that would be 5 pawn. If you do that, then that's 5. Well, then this would have to be there. The pieces that I was taking back would have to be there if I don't put them there. Yeah. Okay. Well, then they have to... Yep. So there and there, it has to be. Which I suppose means it would have to be there also. Give me another pile of planks. And then you would go under and up. Right? And then you would go under and up. And that's the only way that I could make this be just 3 on the side if I want to be alternating back and forth from 5s and 3s. Oh, wait. You're supposed to be like that. No, you're supposed to be back 1. Yeah, you move back 1 and then there's 3, and then I get confused. You are back 1 there. Let's knock that out from underneath you, and then you're supposed to just do that. And then we go under, 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 and then backing up, you, except for knock you out from under there, 2, 3, and then, nope. And I'm doing all of this work just to find out how it's going to look. Two, 3. Oh, except for I was supposed to take that 1 out from underneath you. And there's my ladder. Well, if there's my ladder, then let's jump down and grab these before they despawn, and then come up. Fuck. What I could use is an exit to the front of this thing, because I've got a ladder right there. Like so. Like so. Yeah. And that got us a different shape of circle. Fuck. How is it looking? I mean, I don't know that we can stand far enough away to get a good view. That's not bad. No, that's okay. Yeah. 4 circles made of cubes. That's not... That might work. Let's try following this pattern of 5, 3, 5, 3. We should be doing that. I need some more wood. And it would be doing the same here. And that just, no, you can't do that. That just turns into a square at this point, at the very top. So, nope. No more 5s. Fuck. You're just chopping everything to bits, aren't you? A little bit. No more 5s. It's 3s and 1s is what we'd have to go to at this point. Put you back down before I get any more confused. So that being the case, I gotta bring it in. And we'll hollow it from the inside later. Or we'll fill it in. We'll decide what we think looks best, is what we'll really do. So you like that. You like that. But we'll make the interior symmetrical after the fact. Okay. And now at this point, it really does have to start getting like flat and making more of its transit in, or else it's going to be too peaky. It's going to look less like a dome and more like an aroused breasticle. Yeah. So I'm going to say that would be... Is it just going to go diamond-shaped at this point, Vaughn? Is that what you're going for? Maybe. It might be what we're doing. Well, it does have a bit of a nipple. But it looks like a perfectly fine dome. I mean, the symmetry is there. And having a nipple is something that, you know, we've all got, really, when you think about it. It's normal. Get that out of here. I don't think you need 2 of these, and since I have none in my life whatsoever, we should have a center of this thing. It should be right here. Yeah. Okay. Don't spawn anything in there. Now, go back down. Step away and see what we're looking at. I don't know if it looks like what I'd hoped it would look like. The thing is that, like, too much of it is... It's a pile. It's certainly a dome, but too much of it is diagonal transit. You know, it's like it's going up, and then so much of it is that way that it doesn't really like have that nice domed feel of up and then over. I think they need more like cylinder underneath of them. Both of them could have used more of a starting cylinder, a slower transfer to a rounded tip kind of a thing. As it is, it kind of looks like a very nice, round, symmetrical pile of shit. Just a pile of dirt. Top of it. Let me step back here, turn around, and have a look. Yeah, if anything, it kind of looks, I don't know. It looks like the head of the Buddha. Which in those carvings and those depictions and in those statues and whatnot, it's intentionally lumpy because of all of the, I don't know, peace that's bubbling up inside of it. No, it's supposed to represent the wisdom. But yeah, it has that very lumpy feel to it. I mean, you have to build pretty big in Minecraft if you want something round to end up looking round. But that is also off-center, which we knew that it was. That was when I started the design. That's what it was supposed to be. That it was going to be a bit off-center of the entrance. Because the entrance is off-center of that curve that we started that dome on. I'm not happy. I'm not happy with it, is what I'm saying. The other one is so small, you can't really see it from the ground. And from beneath, it looks pretty fucking cool. This one is just disappointing. Just straight up, I think. What I might do, before I even start knocking anything down... No, I'll knock it down. But, like, the level that I'm standing on right now might be a viable level. You know, like, this as the base could be okay. I'm thinking now as well that maybe I don't have it back set. Maybe we do take it all down and then we put it right up against the edge of the building. And we build straight up instead of having a lip in, which is what I did. You know, I stepped one back from that edge. And we carry the curve up a little bit in a different color, and that gets the eye, like, convinced that we've got a cylinder being built visually, and yeah. Yeah, so you can rip the whole thing down. Pawn. Very good at making circles. You know, all of those were nice square circles that we made, and we made them in alternating, you know, we did 3s and 5s, and 1s, in order to make decent-looking circles. Loftus? Is it Loftus? Loftus Cramwell is... Oh my god, Loftus Cramwell! The Loftus! Thank you for the raid, welcome. How you doing? What was you guys doing today? Don't feel like you urgently have to actually, you know... Because I raid people as well, and so I know you try and set up a raid at the end of the live stream, and then you're trying to open one and look, and then you're talking while you're trying to shut down your recording and everything else that's going on. You got software that needs to be shut down, and then the person on the other end, they start talking to you. Like the dick that they are, you know, they're like, hey, how's it going? What's up? Tell me about you. What is your fun? And it's like, now I have to like sit here and type to you while I'm trying to close OBS. Trying to shut down my post-production audio engineering, my inline equalization, and you, who I just raided, want to have a conversation over here. Thank you for the raid. So, if I focused more on making sure that this was central... What? Another raid? Wait a second, what's going on? Karakuchi boy? Ooh. It took me a minute to put all those syllables together, but once I did, infinitely satisfying to say aloud. Karakuchi boy? Thank you for the raid as well. Wow. How do you know Loftus? How are you guys related? What's going on there? Rated by 2 individuals. Or wait, no, did somebody in my community pay one of those sites? You know, one of those people who's got like a botnet, and now we're gonna get raided. If I focus on the 5 here being the front and making sure that our ring is our dome is centered to that, then how the hell is that going to work, basically? Well, at that point, no, you just follow it like this. You do 2 on this side, and you do 2 over here, and then 1, and then 1, and then 2, and then 5, and then 5, and then 2, and then 1, and then 1? Yeah, 1, and then 1, and then 2, and then 5. So 1 and then 1, and we don't worry about that then. We'll pick it up from over here. So 2, and then 1, and then 1, and then 2, and then 5. I'm inventing a new and bad way to do a dome, because I refuse to just look it up. I've never used any of those websites that tell you how to do a dome, and And so I wouldn't know how. Yeah. Yeah, that's the ticket. Would you believe that if I told it to you? If I said that one aloud, would you fall for it? So on this side, because it's intersecting that other dome, it was 5, and then 2, and then 1, and then 1, and it hit that. But on this side, it was 5, and then 2, and then 1, and then 1, and then 2, and then that would have been 5. Is that correct? If I stand here and look there, if I stand here, middle of this 5, and look across, that is the middle of that 5, and then there's 2, and then 1. It seems like it's right. Yeah, the counting is correct. We're co-hosts, lol. Well, thank you for the dual raid. I've never been dual raided before, actually. I'm pretty sure this is a first for the channel. Dual raid, co-hosts. Co-hosted dual raid. I used to co-host with somebody. Ah, those were the good days. The Harv and Pawn show. The other guy was called Harv, if you can't figure that out. Good times. Good times is what they were. Oh, God. So do you guys, or does anybody here now have any experience making domes? Because you'd be the only ones here, and you could maybe help me. You could maybe point me in the direction. I mean, I guess it's just you should follow somebody else's work, right? You follow somebody else's work. They've already figured out what looks best, you know, based on the size, because that's what you're going for. There's a lot of different symmetrical ways to make a circle when you're making them out of squares. When you're making them out of cubes, cuboids turning into squares. I want to look at this from the ground. Let's carve a hole. Let's just have, like, here. And then can I still get to the ladder? Boy, can't I not get to that ladder. No. Hang on. I might be able to, like, if I get on the ladder, and I put one there, then I can kind of inch over. I can come up to the top of this ladder and then inch over there. Alright. Try making an arch over the very top first. See how that looks. That'll help you get a feel for how tall squat you want it to be. That's Zavizeta the Leta. That is an excellent idea, to do the cross section. Do one over and then the other one over and then see where it is. That's exactly how I should go about that. Yeah. That's going to be harder, though, I think. Maybe not. You've been doing the math on the horizontal. Why can't you do the same math on the vertical? Shouldn't be an issue. I'll come up here, and then I still can't. This doesn't seem like a good idea. For my shins, generally, this hasn't worked out. I'll just put another one there. And then from the very front... Ah, damn it. So we'll also... That's a bad place to put that. It's going to be like that is what we're going to do. We're going to have that there, and then we can go up on the side, but you are going to have to be here. And if it's 5 wide here, then I could go up by 5. It doesn't seem like a good idea. We've come up 2 already. 1, 2. If I go 3... Doesn't have to be perfect. We want it to look like a dome by the time that we're done. So if it was 5 across there... And because you're looking up at it from the ground, the height that I'm going to be given, I'm going to, hell with it, go up by 5. Go up by 5 to start, and then come in, and then follow that pattern that you've got, you know, already down there, which is 2, and then 1, oops, and then 1, and then 2, this way now, and then 5. This is almost certainly not going to look right, but if you start by not looking right, then you get better from there. And then let's bring it up from the other side. Like, really what I should have done is just not start at 5 up. I should do like 3, because that's half of 5. It really is. When you think about it. Don't think about it though. I don't know. Let me look from the other angle here that we've got. Run along the front. Whoa. Actually, that looks pretty good. And it is important to have that additional height because you're standing below it and you're looking up and the way that it's going to shape itself and etc. and something else that justifies what I was already doing. 3, 4, 5. And then in for the 2. And then 1. And then 1. And my ear just popped and went to the high-pitched squealing there. Unless you guys can hear that too. I seriously doubt that you can hear that. 1, 2. That's the symmetry we're looking for. And now I step down. And we walk back and look at its cross-section. It was already looking really good to my eyes. The only thing is that I'm looking at it from, you know, already up here kind of a thing. Where's the ladder? It's right here. Oh, you're coming up? That's funny. I'm going down. Oh, that looks good. That's, yeah. If anything, it might even have wanted to be taller, so I don't think I'm wrong. Because, you know... That's the tallest one that's at the cross-section point from the front. It's going to look, you know, squatter until it gets to that size. Ooh. Looking at it from over here. No, that's good. That's good and impressive. I like that. Now I do the cross-section, and I just start figuring out some symmetrical ways in order to fill it in. Very good. Thank you, Zavi. You got me... You got me thinking like a boy should. What is that? 5 up? I think that's 5 up because there was already 2, and then I've put 1, 2, 3 in order to get here, right? So 1, 2, and then 1, and then 1, and then this is 2 horizontal, and then 5. And this is the 2, and then this is the beginning of the 5, and then that's the middle of the 5 is right here. So that's 3 up, 4 up, 5 up. And then we do the 2. 1, 2. 1. 1. Nope, I got that wrong, because we've come up to the 5, and I haven't put in a 2 yet. Oh! Oops. Do I have... I don't have any boots. I thought I might have, you know, slow-falling, feather-falling, boots, because I've got them in another seed. I'm not even wearing boots in this seed. You down, take you down, take you down. And what I was trying to do was that. And that's the 2. This is 1. This is 1. And then this needs to be 2. Now that's 2. But it won't be the same as the others because I built it backwards-ish, is a way of thinking of it anyway. So I've got to do that, and that, and that, and that, which I won't be able to reach. I tried. We'll fix that in post. We'll fix that right now with a nerd pole. Get rid of you and put you there. And then everything else I think about that is fine. Is it? You might have needed... Yeah, you might actually need that there too. Or are you kidding me though? Nope. That one was wrong to put there. All the others are right. No, that was right to put there, and I've got to go up and fix the whole thing. Yeah, I think I've got a few more planks somewhere. So yeah, one there, right? That looks correct. Okay. Very nice. Very nice. And now we just figure out how the circles are going to be in quarters for each layer along this. Now you're going up quite a bit. You're going up another 3 from this. It's a lot of height. Maybe I'm not making all of my decisions horizontally. Maybe some of them I'm making vertically, because this seems to make sense to me to do 2 there and 1 there. And then we can do that everywhere and build off of that premise. 2 there, 1 there. Oh, this is the side that I've got extra low. So 2 there, 1 there. 2 there, 1 there. Don't have to worry about 2 there, 1 there on this side. 2 there, 1 there. 2 there, 1 there. Okay, that starts something. Shins are overrated, aren't they, though? Arcus asks, are commands on? And then said, oops, as though you had typed in the wrong window. But were you talking to me? Or was the oops for me placing the thing? Yeah, that's it. Are commands on? How do you mean? Like, I do not have, I'm not, cheats aren't on, we're not on network. It's just survival mode, normal. I mean, it seems to me actually that I would just follow this around at this level. Like, basically that we just do a whole nother layer of height, and then because the 2 blocks are starting here, then we start curving it. Or then we start moving it in a little bit. That's what it seems to me to be. Seems to me to be. Am I going to have enough spruce planks after coming over here with... oh, yeah. Wait, no. That's oak. Yeah, no. I've got 128 spruce logs still that I haven't broken down. I think we might have enough. On this side, that's the one up, so just follow it along this way here. I think that's right. 2, and then 1, and then 1, and then 2. And then it would be the other direction. And honestly, since these domes intersect one another, it'd be neat if they were open. But, you know, if I do that, this is going to get so difficult to tell how it would go back if I did want to reseal that dome. In fact, I might have already done it wrong right now, and I don't know at this point. Let's not concern ourselves with that. Keep your eye on the prize, which is making the big dome. Now that we're at this level, I want to like bring this in a little bit. Start getting it actually, you know, moving on a diagonal. But it would be doing that. If I put that there and then brought that one in up, you know, like, just so that I'm not following an exact pattern and it's mixing it up a little bit visually. So in reference to you, that would be the dead middle, and then this one just came right up on top of it, but then on the outside of the 5, I believe is what we're looking at there. The outside of the 5 for that level, we didn't go up, we went in by 1, but then we just went on top for this one. So from over here, if I try and like mimic what I've already done here, then I moved you inside, and then I built on you, I think is where we are. So that's a 1 and a 2 is how that ends up being. That's a 1 and a 2, and then a 1. So that's a 1 and a 2, and then bring you up to make a matching 1. You okay, Paws? Cat's coughing. Doing the cough sneeze. Just watching him. Did you get it up? You okay? One of our other cats, Bags, just got done being very sick. So just hope that Paws isn't, you know, the next one to have caught it. Now I could either put this here like I've just done, or I could do another 2 and 2, and I got a feeling that a 2 and 2 is actually a good idea here. I'm not sure of that. But if I did, like, follow this from here, like that. So what we've got there is a 1, and then a 2, and a 2, and a 2, and a 2, and a 1. But, you know, they're changing their orientation as they go. Twitch commands. Twitch commands. Are Twitch commands on? For I don't have a bot running, if that's what you mean. You know, I can ban you if that's the kind of command you're talking about. Is that what you want? Hang on. But I don't have a bot running currently. Used to, and then the people who are, you know, get paid for it were so bad at it that I didn't want to be paying them anymore, and then so we didn't, so now we don't have a bot, is how that works out. I wanted to check my followage. I don't know. I know very little about Twitch's, like, how this whole thing works, honestly, like, in a weird way, though, because I could also say that I know a lot about how Twitch does its API on the inside of it. But, you know, in terms of, like, commands you can enter into chat, and I think, so, wait, Twitch has just, like, Nightbot integrated now, like, right? Like, the platform just has Nightbot, and you can just turn it on, or something like that. I don't believe I've done that. Because we used to have our own custom bot that did all of the things that Twitch didn't do for years and years and years, the bastards. And now they're doing some of it, and less well than we used to do. Alright, it's 1, and then it's 2, and then I do another 2. Which would be, you go down like this, and you bring it up, and you go like that. It just took a minute to get into my head. Nope. See? And now it's still not in my head. I don't need you there. I need 1 here. and then here, and then here, and here. And that's the pattern we're doing all the way around. So 1 and then 2. It seems really easy now that I've, you know, figured out a way to process the concept of it in my head. But yeah, I'm really hoping that... Wait, no, that's oak. I'm really hoping that Paws doesn't get sick, because he has been making, like... I don't know, he's just been, like, licking his lips weirdly lately. In a very slow, deliberate way, but it just, you know, he's sticking his tongue out and then pulling it back in. Just, you can't see that on this time. It's far away from the webcam as I am, but he's been doing that. Which is not a thing that I know any other cats of mine to do. And Bags was just really sick. He was puking for days. You know, it was a little bit, and then it was a little bit more to where you're starting to get worried. And then on the third day, it was like, okay, I'm worried now. And that was the last day of him puking really bad. But then he just kind of went away for a while. You know, he just kind of wasn't around. And then we noticed that he hadn't been around. And went looking for him and found him in a closet, incredibly dehydrated. And we got him out and kind of force-fed him. We didn't force-feed him. We gave him liquids, which he was really happy to drink. In fact, we, you know, Lady Palm was down there, like, trying to keep him from drinking too fast kind of thing, taking it away, putting it back, and then got him to eat something, and now he's starting to be himself again. But it was like 5-6 days of cat COVID or something. He was sick, man. And they can get COVID. It's feline transmittable. So, I don't know. Yo, is that the Hollywood Hills Observatory, says El Gavo? No. Maybe I should take that out of the title. Hello, El Gavo. It's loosely inspired by. I didn't know how much it was going to end up being or not being the observatory, and then I got in here and started building and decided we're not gonna kill ourselves to get it too close, but we are making a dome. It is the second of the domes. This one's gonna look a lot better than the first one, which kind of just looks like a large animal, like maybe a dinosaur came over and popped a squat and took a shit. Oh wait, I'm not holding the thing that lights you on fire, am I? There you go. The magic sword of magic that magically magics the magic. But yeah, we're doming it up. I'm not following like a dome guide, so we're making a bad dome is what we're making. Like a dumb dome that you can't really tell what the fuck it's supposed to be is probably what we'll end up with, because I didn't refuse to. I'm not following like a dome guide. I'm just, you know, trying to draw concentric circles using exclusively squares. That seems like a good place to put that. So, you know, that would be this side, that side for the next layer of circle. I think if I overlap in this direction and then come up. Okay, so now let's just do that from ouch, from down here apparently. How do I is there a, there you go, stairwell up. So from this side we do that. That. But on this side, if I just do what I did, I've forgotten now. After I fell, I forgot what I was doing. Oh, it was an overlap. So I did one, and then it was, this doesn't seem right. This one's weird. This is a weird one. I'm gonna go somewhere else first so that I can get a pattern established in a habit. Is that a skeleton riding a spider? We've got a skeleton riding a spider down there. I'm going to consider that good luck. Okay, so actually I go out by 2 and then hit 1. That's as simple as that. 2, and then come up by 1. And then 2, and then come up by 1. Following no guide. Inventing this as I go. I think a skeleton riding a spider is shooting at me. Oh yeah, because the spider would be able to get him up here, wouldn't it? Yeah, there it is. Hi, guys. Pardon. Damn it. Yeah, excuse me. How are you moving like that? Oh my god. You were very confused, weren't you? You didn't want to harm me. You didn't want to harm me. He could have lit me on fire right then, and we'd be dead. And that would be like our first death, wouldn't it? I don't think we've died in this seat at all. I completely forgot that that was a thing. That death existed, Pawn? A little bit, yeah. No, that we were like, that I had at one point been proud of the fact that we hadn't died yet. I completely forgot that we hadn't died yet. Spider jockey. 1% chance spawn. Really? Wow. That is lucky then, huh? How lucky I was to almost die to a spider jockey. Hooray. Let's do this. Let's do 2 and 2 and then 1 in the middle. Huh? So we did 2... Down there we did like 1... and then 2 and 2, and then change direction 2 and 2, 1. And then up here we've done 2 and 2, and 1 and 2 and 2. Huh? Huh? Which means we're actually doing a 5 still, across the middle, technically. 2 and 2, and 1, and 2, and 2. Yeah, that's right. 2, 1, 2, 2. Was I somehow doing that without having an extra, without having this block here before? Whatever. And then 2. Oh yeah, because I was building off of that back toward me. 2 and 2, and 1. And 2 and 2. There you go. All right. We're doming still. The dome is we're mid-dome on the dome. Soon we'll be domed. And if you don't like it, you can get domed, mother domer. And we're just following this shape. The turn is so slow. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I should, like, just follow this perfectly this time. Because it needs to be coming vertically, like, pretty hard. And if I just go around as a perfect, like, just one loop here, it seems... I don't know, it seems wrong. And yet... I'm just gonna do this quarter and then think about it. Like, that's not gonna look right, is it? Like, it's just gonna be, suddenly it's gonna look like it's going straight up because it's exactly what it's doing. And it's just not gonna visually play. From the ground. Looking up. So this goes back to the 2 and the 2 meeting in the middle with the 1 at the sides. So it's just alternating the pattern if I were to do it like this. So it would be the 2. And then wait a second though. Yeah, because we've lost 1. So I did 1 and then I did 2. And then the 2 doesn't really work because then if I do 1 here and then 2 there, Yeah, it works. You just got to meet them in the middle. Whoa! Right, so 1, and then 2, and then that 2, which is 2 from this direction as well, and then 2, and then 1. I mean, technically, that is plausible, and it mixes up the construction enough. Is there a pattern to this construction that I've done? Because this looks like this is just steps going down on this axis. And this is just steps going down on this axis. And this one is a big fucking sudden fall drop-off, bitch. I kind of need to see it from below, I think, at this point. So let's step down, have our sword out, just in case there are any villagers that come near me. Stay the fuck away! Stand back. It's this quarter in particular that I'm looking at. I mean, it's already friggin' domed. I can't really even tell what we're looking at. Yeah, it's really hard to tell anything, honestly. Yeah, no, look at that. From this angle, the pattern that I've been following without necessarily knowing it is just building, like, up like that. It's just, okay. Definitely domish. Yeah, it's holding together. I'll carry on as I've done. I mean, this layer is actually the one that's going to change the pattern a little bit. But I'm just going to carry on doing what I'm doing, because what I'm doing has worked out enough so far enough. So you're doing 1 and then 2, and then they meet in the middle. 1 and then 2, and then it's another one like this. But I turn in this direction, and it does a little arrow point in the middle. And then you're 1 and 2. Okay. I got the pattern. You know, you just got to figure out a way to break it up mathematically somehow. And then you're from there. And then like that. And then that would mean you'd do that, and you'd do that. I'm sorry, wait, was there a cat up here? Like, I heard the cat, and I didn't think about it, but I'm up here, and I didn't tame any cats, so if it came up here all on its own, not because it likes me. There's not a cat up here, right? I walked past a cat, and then my brain, like, processed that information 45 seconds too late, right? That's clearly that's what's got to have happened. Okay, that completes that ring, maybe. And then if I leave you a bit pointy, which I think you should be a bit pointy, so I come in on this side, which tells me what I'm going to do here. Once you decide 1 block, you've actually decided where 4 blocks go, 8 blocks go, right? Every time that I decide 1 block in 1 quarter, I've decided where 8 blocks go. So that helps in the decision-making process. I don't know where any of the others go, so I kind of just want to place these ones down and see where I stand, because it is going to reduce how much space I have to fill pretty significantly to take up one block like that. Wow, you really sound bad from a phone wrapped in cellophane. Really, Condor 70? I couldn't, no one, who would have known? Why is your phone wrapped in cellophane? Wait, let me guess. The DEA. You just got out of lockup, and they couldn't pin it on you, so you know you're talking through the evidence bag that they placed your phone inside. You got to go to Occam's razor, you know. So the simplest explanation has to be true, as opposed to, you know, you didn't want your phone to get wet, and you're somewhere where your phone could get wet. Nope. You were involved in a Colombian drug bust earlier this week. They were only allowed to hold you for 72 hours. Well, no, Colombia. They were only allowed to hold you for 15 months without a warrant. And so... kind of. I'm in solitary confinement. And they let you have your phone. Condor. They let you have your phone in solitary. It seems less solitary. What's the point of solitary at that point? Oh, it's to protect you. You're not in solitary because you've done anything bad. You're in solitary because everybody else is an asshole. And yeah. And so they put you in solitary, like, you're... I don't know, at this point, if I keep going with my story, dragons are going to get involved. You can explain yourself, I think. I feel like maybe I should come up from here. Just took a radioactive pill for my cancer treatment. Now I'm not allowed contact for the next week. Really? Really? Wow. Was the radioactive pill delivered to the hospital via an underground transit system? And did I just see Tom Scott do a video about the hospital that you're at? Like, you know, like a week ago. Like last week's Tom Scott video. Is that what we're talking about here? If I brought those up and then did a 2 so that they meet in the middle. That could work. Because I may have just seen a video about, you know, this particular kind of treatment. Bring you out another one. Because you're very pointy right there. So if you come out 2 and then 2 and then you meet in the middle, 2 and then 2. That could be our pattern here. So why is your cell phone in a bag, though? Like, if you're in there... If you're in solitary... and your cell phone's going to be with you in solitary... like, if you made your cell phone mildly radioactive, okay, by its presence in contact with you... then wouldn't that mean that you're like, if your cell phone is still radioactive at the end of 7 days, then, I mean, this isn't how half-lives work at all. What the fuck is going on, Condor? Yeah, I'll just follow that pattern, although I think I've made the underside of it is going to be non-correct, like non-symmetrical for everything else that I'm going to build, because I built that weirdly, so yeah, that might be a thing. But so then what I'm doing is 2 out from here, and then 2 here, and then they just meet in the middle, so it's just 2 and 2. It's Chuck Woolery. Who knows who Chuck Woolery is? Without looking it up, without asking Google, type in chat who Chuck Woolery is right now. Right now. Only the cellophane gets radioactive, the phone keeps clean. Okay. I mean, if they had you take a radioactive pill, this is, you know, all highly extra preventative, because if it's a radioactive pill that a human being can take and not have a significant problem themselves, and this is all very prophylactic, what they've done here. But glad to hear you're getting like a treatment, you know, as much as scary as that kind of treatment can be, it's like you're getting a big fucking deal treatment that's gonna, you know, that's got an incredible chance of changing things, you know, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing that a lot of people don't have access to. So I'm glad to hear that that you've got access to something like that. And, you know, if they got you taking something radioactive that you have to be quarantined for 7 days, then that's a lot of people who are paying attention to you, you know, in the medical industry. They're not just fucking around here, is what I'm getting at. I'm tempted now at this level to bring this out by 3, which would be going back to 5 on center, and just filling that whole space with that. So maybe I will. I'll do that on either side and see what that leaves me. That leaves me this space. And then to fill this curve in, I guess I'd bring one up like that. And then do an arrow tip. Just plastic, though, huh? Just plastic keeps with the. I mean, so the idea would be that the cell phone would be. The cell phone could be irradiated without becoming a source of radiation itself, because the cellophane can be taken off, and then anything that's particulate enough that could be a source of radioactivity itself is you know, on or outside of the bag. That's how that works. But the cell phone is being struck with the mild, you know, like if cellophane it was a good you know, shield for radiation, then we could be living on Mars already, is all I'm saying. Put up a fucking cellophane bag. I guess actually if cellophane were a good inhibitor of, you know, like radiation, then there would be no reason to complain about the movie The Martian. Because I'm telling you right now that that Matt Damon definitely came home with some, like, he was getting ready to grow some extra limbs with all the radiation that he would have had from hanging out on the surface of Mars. I don't care how many potatoes you eat, you're still going to have a problem. I like the, you know, I don't know what the patterns I've chosen are going to look like from the ground, but I'm happy with the patterns I've chosen for each layer so far. And I think at this point, no, I shouldn't. I should, what do you do? And this is supposed to be coming in faster and faster, you know, as we're getting toward the top, toward the tippy top. No, what you're going to do, Pawn, is you're going to do this one in a 3. So it'll be 3 across the top. Means you as well. Boy, I wish the sun would just stay up. It would be so much easier with these shaders if we could just have the sun up the whole damn time. That's actually, I mean, thank you for choosing to watch me from the room. Like, that's pretty fucking cool. Like, how many streamers, how many YouTubers can say that they have been watched from a, you know, radioactive quarantine room on a cell phone? Like, how many people have how many people get chosen as the source of entertainment from the radioactive quarantine room? The pill contains radioactive iodine. It ends up in my sweat, so everything I touch gets radioactive. My waste and everything that cannot be cleaned has to be stored for 3 months for the radiation to subside. The half-life is 8 days. Oh, okay. I was going to say. But, yeah, if you... Geez, what, like... I swear Tom Scott, you know, in a career of, I believe it's coming up on 10 years of doing the, you know, things you might not have known series, and doing, I think, one a week for 10 years. It just happens so to be that, like, last week's Things You Might Not Know, or maybe he's been doing 2 a week for 10 years, but last week's Things You Might Not Know was about a hospital that has a particle accelerator. I mean, the hospital doesn't have the particle accelerator. It is, it's at a separate facility. There's a particle accelerator that the lab makes exactly that kind of pill that you're talking about. And then that pill is, well, no, it's not that kind of pill that you're talking about, because you say there's an 8-day half-life, iodine, everything like that. But that pill, like, they need the patient to take that pill within like 20 minutes of the pill, like the half-life of the pill is 20 minutes. And they need the patient to take it before then, obviously. And so they have this underground, under-road system, pneumatic system, where they accelerate the pill to, like, I think it's 120 miles per hour, I think it was. I think they might have set it in kilometers because it's Tom Scott, but I think it would be around 120 miles per hour. And maybe it's even up to 150. But anyway, it, travels underneath the roads of this city, where it's about a 15-minute drive between the two of them. It transits it in 2 minutes, and lands at the hospital via the pneumatic tube, and then they can just take it out and administer. But yeah, what are the odds, I suppose? So if I'm doing 3 on each side now, I feel like all 3 of these just go on the diagonal at this point. So I build up off of each one like that. It's a little hexagonal on this circle, so it's 3 here, and then between them are 3 diagonals, and then 3 here. But I think that's what you want at this point, because it's got to be like rounding pretty quickly. So you want to be doing a lot of flat transit at this point, not a lot of vertical, and moving it in like that. That's what's being accomplished, is I'm coming in by 1 before I go up by 1. More dark, more spruce. Okay. So 3, and then 3, and then 3. So did you just, like, start? How long, or you said that you're not allowed contact, you're not allowed to be, in physical contact or out of that room for the next week. By week, do you mean 5 days? Do you mean 7? And did you just start? Radioactive iodine is made from neutron irradiation of tellurium in a nuclear reactor. Yeah. Is it like, do you know if it's nearby the facility and they make it and all that kind of... It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Did you just start the week, and is it a work week, or is it a 7-day week? I'm so curious. I mean, it's a very, interesting thing. I'm gonna do that. Definitely at all of these points. We're going to flatten. And I think I might do that too. I might build on them, but I'm going to do that all the way around as well. I'm not sure if I'm building on them or not. I'm sorry, you have to type on a phone. Do you have voice to text? Can you do that thing? You just hit the button and talk to it? If that's the tip, maybe I should think about it from the other direction at this point, that I should, like... I mean, but it should be round, so at the very top... Actually, that still might be right, Pawn, but, like, this should be filled in, I think, right? We should fill that in like that. Because this is rounded at the top. We could put a nipple on the top of it if we really want. Took the pill an hour ago. I can go home when the radiation level drops below 20 MRAD, which is probably Thursday. Okay, well now I need to know what day it is. It's Monday, okay. So, yeah. So all of Monday, all of Tuesday, all of Wednesday, and then maybe Thursday we start thinking about it. Got it. After that, I need to keep 6 feet away from other people for another 1 to 2 weeks. Well, here's the thing, though. They tell you that you have to stay 6 feet away from people for another 1 to 2 weeks. But what you can do is not wear a mask out in public, and if you like cough a lot, sneeze, shout a lot, in fact. That's what you do. So this is the plan. When you get out, Thursday, Friday, whenever you get out, immediately, like, go to a bank and just start yelling at people about the government. Because they've told you that you can't. Sami Zeta says, go hug your enemy. I was doing more of the way people acted, when the COVID restrictions were open. What you want to do is you want to spend a lot of time in public yelling at people about your rights so that you can just, like, you can get as much of your breath and your spittle on the crowd as possible. I think I want to do like that. And just, like, fill all that in on this layer. Yeah, because now it's all about flatness. That's flat, and you want to keep it flat. Yeah. So we have just constructed a very large dome, basically. Like, we're at the end of this. I'm putting on the final pieces of wood of this very large dome that we made without consulting anything. Without having, like, an online dome generator that will show you the pattern for each ring as you go up in order to come up with the best dome, which those things definitely exist. And, I think if we're going to have a nipple, then we want it to be, like, it needs to stand out. It needs to be something else. Like, maybe I need to compress some... Oh, wait. There you go. Yep, that's perfect. All right. Now we get to step down and see if this dome looks anything like a dome. I can't believe I just happened to have crimson slabs for nipples lying around. I'm going to use another crimson slab. Well, yeah, right there for now. At least I know that I want to take that away. And then we go around here. The ladder's over here. Oh, it's all the way over there. Okay, ready? Yeah, and then... There's the cat. I suppose I should make a friend of the cat, but I don't... Cats in Minecraft are just so fucking... They're needy. Like real cats, they need to... That's what they need to do. In 1.19.4, since 0.3 just came out, they need to fix cats. The behavior of cats, once you've fed one a fish... It should not follow you anywhere. Like, it'll follow you a little bit, and then it'll stop and not give a shit anymore. Like, the cats need to not follow you around and meow the whole fucking time. I'll tell you that. Hey. My only... The only thing about the dome, though, is that it looks so much more, like, mosque-y. Mosque? I've made a word, everyone. It looks so much more like a mosque than it does like a science-y majigger. Than it does, like some kind of observatory or something like that. I guess that looks really nice, actually, from this angle. That's very round and very nice. And I cannot believe that I built this pattern without a pattern. to go off of, but it looks very mosquey. It's the color. Mosque domes are bronze gold. The observatory is the same white stone throughout, if I recall correctly. Well, there's definitely, it's darker, but it's definitely not like this brown. So I could see that, yeah, you could absolutely be right there. It's missing the slit and telescope. That will help a lot. We got to do that. We've definitely got to do that. Like, I wasn't thinking about that before to like make a slit in it or anything, but we're definitely going to do that, and we'll do it probably on the front of it. Like right here at the entrance, because that's the part that hurts me the most with the mosque. But yeah, the way that the sun bounces off the darker brown against the light, it looks like a mosque. But in comparison, like the observatory in the Hollywood Hills, the Phillips Observatory here, it is Phillips, isn't it? It's either Phillips or it has the same word shape, because that's how my mind works. It has, you know, it's darker. It's just dark. It's gray on white, as opposed to bronze on orange, which is definitely sort of the color mixture we get at sunset here. That will help, one. Two will be if we build, you know, what we're seeing there, which is little bits that go up and above it, you know. And when I made when I made the first one, I did make it set back. I made the first dome set back by 1 in order to give it that depth. That did not look good at all. So now I've done it where it's in line, and that doesn't quite, you know, look the way that we want either. But this is good. That dome is staying like that. We will be adding to that dome, and I guess taking away for the slit, but we will be adding in terms of design to what we've got right there. I'm happy with that. We've just got to get the visual weighting of it and give it some depth between the entrance to the building and the beginning of the dome. But that's looking good. I absolutely am taking the... Wait, oh, Jesus. Get up there. Absolutely taking these ladders off. That's not helping anybody's anything. Whoa! Is that how that works? If you're holding shift and you press back on a ladder, then you just walk back as though you could walk back. And then you fall. Okay. Now I know. But yeah, I'll tell you, I love the dome from this side, and it really gives it like... It makes it look like a building now, and it makes it look like an interesting building that you want to walk around and see from other angles. So we're getting there. We're absolutely getting there. What's next? What's next is we've been here for 2.5 hours building that dome. I need to take a live stream break because part of that shiver that I just had was needing to pee. You know, you get a little bit cold, but also you gotta pee, and then you get that liquidy shiver. You know what I mean. No, Pawn, we don't. Condor70 says, maybe you should be in this room right now instead of me. What's all in the room? Okay, well, we'll be... I'm so interested in this. But we're going to take a live stream break. I need 7 minutes. I got to go pee. So does everybody else probably, right? Because we're all on the same pee schedule here. I'm going to play some music. And roll some ads. We'll be back in 7 minutes after I have emptied my bladder. Pawn that out. Yeah. Wrong button. That's just the same, but now this is 4x3. This is what we look like in 4x3, everyone. Pawn that out.
That's still not me. Pick up my suitcase, head on down the road. And baby, when I come back, by then my love might have even sold ourselves. I don't want no skinny woman, a woman who's got no sense of style. I want a girl with a diamond ring on her finger, one who knows how to say nothing. I just can't find this girl nowhere. Until I do, I'ma stay alone.
Hello, I am the Ronan Paul. Welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul. Hang on, this has just reminded me that pain and sorrow will lay a hold on me.
Will take a hold of me.
Take a hold of me. That's exactly what I said. Don't tell anybody that it was any different. Just getting chat up. There we go. Okay. Hello, welcome back to the live stream. We're playing Minecraft. Reason I was late was I ain't the seventh son, but I know where I'm from. Oakland County? Oakland County, I guess? All right, with your damned and mixing up my brain. Shut up. Mosaic Task Force subscribing tier 2 too. Thank you, Mosaic, for 60 months. If I divide that by 12 and carry the 3, that's almost a year. 5 years ago, says Mosaic Task Force. 5 years ago. I need to read this like with some gravitas. 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I started a Twitch sub for this wonderful channel. Thank you for all the hours of learning about politics, philosophy, programming, speedrunning, and other fun things. Thank you, Mosaic Task Force, for 5 years, 60 months worth of money. Yours is better, I think. Yours is better. No, thank you for being here with me and for having fun with me and helping to keep me, actually on. 5 years we've been doing this together. I've been meaning to tell you, I don't particularly fancy your company. After 5 years, I want you to know, you're not my favorite. It's actually like the place that I've heard that joke delivered best is Home Movies. Home Movies, and I think it was like the pilot or the first episode of Home Movies has first or second episode has Brendan's mom going out with Coach McGurk, and that's hilarious. By the end, all that's over. Nobody's with anybody. But Brendan's mom is sitting in the stands with Melissa's dad, and they're joking back and forth with each other, and she delivers the version of that joke that's just the best ever, where it's like, I meant to tell you that for 5 years I've been meaning to tell you, I don't think we're gonna get along. For 5 years I've been, I meant to say But I think yeah, I'm gonna change the banner subtext to Mosaic Task Force 5 years of sub. 5 years sub, 5 years, I don't know how to say this. Mosaic Task Force 5 years sub today. And then Holy shit. Thank you, Mosaic. So, yeah, I don't know about you, but I peed during the break. I got myself some lentil stew. And I chatted with Lady Pawn a bit. You know, anything to distract me from having to come back here and hang out with you guys. Because for 5 years, I've been thinking, like, this isn't going to work out. But yeah, we're in Minecraft. We're building a something, all right? This is mainly shape. Mainly shape without substance, I guess. It's form without substance. I've had that talk with a significant other. We did not work out as partners, but we are good friends now. It happens. 5 years ago, I meant to tell you, I don't really want you in my life. So I'm a little late, but I think you're toxic, and... But yeah, so what we've been doing for the past 2.5 hours is making domes, actually. You could say all we've done, but we've done it rather well, considering that we did it by hand and without any, no guides, no following anything. I've never done it before, and we just figured it out. We made a dome, and I'm pretty happy with it, except that it looks very mosky, so we're going to try and deal with that. And like this edge as well, it looks like a great big forehead. It looks like a bit of a 5 head on this building at this point. So those are things that I want to resolve. But one of the things that's going to happen here is it's an observatory is what we're making. An observatory / museum / public something is what we're making. And that being the case, we're going to put a slit in this dome here for a telescope to go down. And because the front of the building, even though this isn't really the way that you would usually see it, because the front of the building is the angle that I think it looks most mosky from, there we go. I'm going to make the slit in the direction of the front of the building. So I guess it's going to be like 3 wide then. A 3 wide cut here. And, on an observatory, the slit would, the whole, like, roof rotates so that you can point it where you want to point it at any given point. At any given point, at any given time. This one is going to be locked where it is, and where it is going to be directly straightforward here. I guess this is the level. This is the level I'm going to start cutting at anyway. And then we'll see. We'll just see how this ends up looking. Boy, I don't want to have to, like, rebuild this if it's like, that doesn't look good. Let's put it back. I don't want to have to do that. Oh, my nipple, though. Ugh. Damn it. Plus, that hurt. That had to have hurt right there. I mean, that's it. In fact, fuck it. The nipple can stay. I mean, it could go down further. Where am I right now? But the idea behind these things is, that we got a dome on the deal, and then we're pointing up. We don't want, like, light from the parking lot bouncing up and in. Thank you for the nice message on the Ronin Pawn Patreon, by the way. Oh. When did I do anything nice ever? I don't remember. I'm going to take that one off as well, and then maybe bring it down one more. Yeah, that makes it flush with the front. Yeah, that's nice. Let's step inside and see what it looks like from the inside, looking out. Let's actually clean up some of this back here now that I'm standing here and seeing. I just... Oh, right. Right. Well, then. I'm still going to clean it up. I made a lot of walking ups is kind of a thing there. Ooh, what? Can I just take you out then? I think you can. Beautiful. Harvin Palm Patreon, you posted a nice message recently. Oh yes, I did. It seems like years ago. Ages now. But I'm glad that you saw it. So this just goes like that. It gets the symmetry back. And then there's this hole that if I want to, I can fill. And if I want to, I could leave it. But let's step back and just, like, take this in, because I kind of intentionally hadn't. You know, for a second there, I thought about taking those two and cutting into them as well. But actually, now that I'm standing here, those two look like a shade that, you know, comes down in order to block even more light from disturbing our something and so on. I think it looks pretty good that way, actually. I don't know what they look like in real life, but really there's just this then. I can very easily seal this with 4 blocks. No one will really be able to see it from... Well, maybe there they would be able to see it across, but, like, nobody's going to notice or care, kind of a deal, is the idea. Yeah, if I did like this... Okay, and then these, why are these? Just why are these? So if I change them here, you will see them on the inside of the building there. I think we want to leave these oak panels as oak panels. And then we can, you know, build something against this wall that kind of hides it or something. Yeah. Time zones means that I don't get to catch streams often. Well, at this point, you know, just wait a couple of days and my... I've been going around vampire schedule, and then it turns into something else entirely. Right now, it's 6:40 a.m. here. God, I don't even know how to ask the question of, like, what's good for you, Mosaic? Like, how do you resolve that? How do you get through those discrepancies of being like... What times are you usually, like, chilling? And in what time zone, I guess? You know? Yeah, I guess that's what I mean. So, is this symmetrical on the interior? That looks really nice. That looks really nice, yes. 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 Yeah, except for some asshole put a great big hole there, and this. This is wrong. So you go up 2, and then over, and then do, and this is supposed to come down to here, apparently. And then... Why... No, that's right. That was right. Wasn't it? So you'd be here. Although, having that open like that gives me a door and lets me get the fuck out. And then you've got, like, roof access. I do like that as a premise. Time zones means that I don't get to catch streams. Oh, right, that's... But yeah, we can make an upstairs area with, you know, and it's all walk-aroundy and whatnot, and you can't get through without going through here, which would mean that you would need a service hatch on this side as well. This is not the same in both directions. And it's because of you. Why? Why? That just means that this block in all of those positions is unnecessary, technically, but it's there. Well, whatevs. So yeah, if that's the exit over there, like, having one over here gives you... Oof! Gives you the sun. Gives you access to this side of things as well, which we will need to have. My preferred time, 1600 CET. That is when work tends to end. So that would be, talking 4 p.m. CET is Central European time. That's going to be plus... It's either +6 or +7 from me. So one way or another, for me, we're talking like 10 a.m.-ish. 9, 10 a.m. is my guess for that. I'll give it to you that is, like, probably the weirdest for my sleep schedule. Like, that is a time where my sleep schedule would allow me to be up, but, you know, sometimes I'll be, like, waking up real early kind of thing, but even when I'm getting up at, like, 5 a.m. here, it feels weird for me to start a live stream before noon, even if I've been up for 6 hours or something like that. So I can see how we've been missing each other, kind of a deal. Which isn't to say that I've never done it, it's just, you know, back when I was really trying to balance my... When I was able to set my own schedule, and I was trying to balance the schedule to try and work for the most people, I was trying to balance the interests of, like, California and Europe. So, you know, it's 4 hours one direction, 5 hours in the other direction kind of thing. And that's when I came up with the 4 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. BST standard that I went with for a long time. As I figured, late at night, you know, I mean, not that late at night, it's early enough in the night for Europe that that people could tune in. In my time zone, it'd be starting just after, like, you know, kids are getting home from school, you know, 4 p.m. kind of thing. And then as you go back toward California, I'm actually starting up where most people are still at work. A lot of people manage to, like, put something on in the background while they're at work anyway. But, yeah, that was the best I could come up with to try and share that. At this point, doesn't really, like, matter much what I try and do, because my body dictates what happens. All I can do is decide what to hope for, and then we'll see what... Australian streamers seem to have a good fit with 1600 CET. The world is strange like that. I support you, so no need trying to cater to me. I will support you as long as I can, whatever you do. Well, thank you so much, Mosaic Task Force, for the 5 years of support to now and the pledge for anything else. Alright, so good dome. Good telescope dome. It'd be nice to put a telescope coming out of it. Let's get back on the ground and find out what it looks like from down there. And probably let's get back on the ground and, you know, sleep the night away. Cause this asshole. Yeah, you shouldn't have started none, huh? Starting none won't be none. Is what Will Smith told me. Oh, somebody else? I'm sorry. I didn't realize you had a brother. I'm gonna have to do away with the whole family, huh? That's what I was looking for, so I can drop this stuff off. Apples, spider eyes, string, bows. I just can't keep my inventory empty for all the things that keep, like, running at me with a clear desire to throw their lives away. Alright. I tried putting you on headphones during work, but especially your PHP streams really interfered with my JavaScript programming. PHP? Was I doing PHP at some point? I was doing Python. Surely, but I don't think I was doing PHP on stream. The last time that I did PHP, it was back when I was playing around with, like, designing my own forum, which I was actually doing for the, you know, to have on, like, the website. I put it up. It worked. The computer repair company that I worked for, that website. And it was just something that I could do, you know, when I was on shift. But there just wasn't, you know, work to be done. And even when there was work to be done, there's a lot of downtime in computer repair where you're just waiting for things to complete, you know. Wow, that's... you can really see the impact of the creepers on this community since I showed up. But yeah, PHP and SQL, that's the only time that I've ever really gotten into it. And I was really into it to get to the point where I had developed my own functioning, you know, forums, which had a little hackneyed login thing as well. But the forums that I was developing, like, I was at the point where I wasn't worried about users yet, so it was basically, you know, hard-coded login for me and the guy that owned the shop, because we were really, our first implementation was just simply going to be our own ability to, you know, post things on there as threads, and then I was going to integrate other people being able to respond and whatnot. It's very hard to see that there's any slit in there. So we need either, like, sources of light that are in there to compete with the light that's hitting it, or maybe I need to, like, line the inside of the... I could give the exterior, like, a ridge on the dome. Or I could line the ceiling of the dome with another layer of a differently colored thing so that you could see a little bit the difference. I don't like either of those ideas, honestly. You are an artist and teacher. I pay you for the life lessons I've gotten from you. Wow. That's actually, like, you know, most of the time I'm looking for just somebody to laugh at my stupidness occasionally, but you know, getting that compliment for the stuff that actually matters, for the stuff that's, like, I think way more important. I don't know what to do at this point. You know, we've made the dome. I need glass for the interior here. I'm not exactly sure how the dome is going to carry on. I think we've made both of the domes that I want to make. You know, we were taking a little bit of inspiration from here. Hey, wait for it. There it is. And we've made one big dome. We've made one small dome. There's actually a second dome. We're looking at it from the back, so we're seeing one. You know, that's not why we did it the way that we did it. The other major thing that I would like to integrate here is having an outdoor walkable area with some archways over the top of it, like is around the back of the Phillips Observatory there. So I want to, model something similar to that, I guess. Something like that, anyway. Outside of that, I don't know how much more inspiration we're going to be taking from the Hollywood Hills Observatory there. But I really like this being over the top of there. I like how it frames the view looking out. It's nice. I like the sheep climbing up, getting ready to walk into my building. I don't need sheep footprints in here. We haven't even finished installing the flooring yet, and you're going to make a mess. I think I'm going home to burn sand. Yeah. To make some glass and come back with glass. And we're already set up for the idea of like an outside walk around, something that dips around and goes with it. Because we've got this staircase that comes all the way up from there, and I would integrate that into something that comes through here. But I don't want, like, if someone were walking here, I wouldn't want it in the eye line of people who are standing at this window. I'm thinking of this as it's an observatory, but it's a museum. It's a community thing that you can come and, they'll see the place and maybe observe an exhibits that they're showing. So if people are going to be walking by, I want them below the eye line of any of the windows, which means when we, like, allow them to walk past here, actually, because it makes me think maybe what I want to do is, if I'm going to make a platform where you're allowed to walk past here and then continue on that way, maybe what I really want is to dig it in and back, like the walkway needs to be low and tight to there, because those windows go to the floor. And you'd be able to see the path from standing up there. So it's almost like, if not actually like one block under the building is the walking path. If it's not that, then it's right there along that wall, or it just doesn't go across there. Because everything has come from that. From this dip in the terrain on the side as a view. And so I don't want anything interfering with that view. But something that we're going to need to do that we can go and do now. Hey, pillagers. Let's see if they can catch me. Bye, guys. Can you swim? I'm going home. You guys can pound sand. I'm gonna burn sand, personally. I'm eating in Minecraft and out of Minecraft at the same time. Oh my god. Minecraftception. Eatception. I've also got, like, 3... Oh, wait. I'm not looking. 3, like, supplement vitamin things that I have to take. Sitting next to me waiting for whenever I take the last bite of this stew. So step 1. How much sand have we got? Surely I've got a chest full of sand. We've got a chest with some sand in it. That's not bad. Like, I'm gonna need a fair few blocks of glass, but it might be all block glass. Like, I don't think it's gonna require an entire stack of sand worth of blocks. So I'm gonna do a stack and a half. Always do more than you think you're gonna need. I could really use, though, like, a proper smeltery at this point, like, with a whole bunch of regular furnaces and blast furnaces and stuff like that. And I think the place for that is where we've got it right now in the basement. So I think I just build this up a little bit before I start burning, before I start doing the sand. So that will require cobble. Or just regulars. No, it would require cobble. Yeah, get me that out. You. And then furnaces. However many as you can put in there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 furnaces. Because, I mean, my idea would be to have, like, 4 blast furnaces and then 4... No. That'll be cool. I like that. Okay. We're gonna do... Oh. Hi. I didn't know anything was in there. Alright, we're gonna do, just 4 of these and the 2 blast furnaces on top of it, and it'll look like... You know, hopefully it ends up looking like one big installation that has, you know, special vents on the top or something. I don't know. I will make that better at some point in future, I guess. The blast furnaces aren't useful to me right now anyway. Even to 16, because pretty sure you can't put sand into a blast furnace, can you? I mean, I don't know, but it was my understanding that it's only ore. I can. Can I turn the furnace on, though? That's the big question. And do I have any coal anywhere? Like, where would coal be? If I had coal, where would the coal be that I could coal? I need to get, like, a bamboo farm going. That's not bamboo, but I need to get bamboo and then make a bamboo farm, and then we'll have infinite, like, fuel. I guess I'm just putting wood in there. To cook this stuff. It's going to be a lot of wood. And if I'm going to do that, I should, like, make some coal out of some things first, shouldn't I? I'm gonna remove the sand from here. I'm going to put... Ooh, thunderstorm. Like, how much do I need here? How many pieces of coal do I need here? Let's split that up and do, like, 24 pieces of coal. Is what I'm going to try and make. Which I will make by burning planks. Which I will make by burning oak slabs to start. And then I'll throw the planks in. So I'm going to need... I'm going to need 12 pieces of coal. And now the planks go in. The classic chest, hopper, furnace, hopper, chest setup. Chest, hopper, furnace, hopper, chest. Yeah. The in-out drainage. Can I do this in here? I cannot. I can use it to store sand. That means I don't need as much coal. It also means it's going to take longer to do all this. Split you guys up like that. 28. Well, that's not how that's going to work out. Let me tell you. Wait. No. That's how many we were going to do anyway, so fuck it. And then you. And then you need to, you know, get done, son. Why do I have... Is it because I didn't empty that one? No, why do I have that? We'll do 24 each. And that actually splits up perfectly now. Excellent. So give me my coal. You can keep burning so that we'll have coal later for other things, but 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And leave me my wood at this point. You can have one more piece of coal to keep going. Okay. Except for, no, don't keep going. Oh, it already did. Fuck. Should have switched that out for sand. Now it's going to be doing wood into coal. That's fine. We gotta wait around for the glass anyway. What else do we need for building over there? So, cobbled deep slate actually looks really good in this texture pack when you turn it into things. This cobbled deep slate wall is just a shiny, beautiful black. It's very nice. I think that'll be good for accents and stuff, to have some of this on us, and to have one of these on us, which I don't remember how to make. Maybe if I just step over here, I've got all the things that I need in my inventory, and I can click and make it. Yeah, I didn't think so. But a stone cutter will be desirable. Restack those oak logs, and then this sand goes in there, and then 1, 2, 3, and we're cooking that. What is the blade? The blade will be out of iron. And then, is it stone for the base? Does it need half slabs for the base? I just don't know. I'll pull some stone out. I've already got some cobblestone in my inventory. If I've got all the ingredients, it should just appear here. Yes, stone cutter, and it's just 3 stone and an iron ingot. So we'll have one of those at the new construction site. I mean, I do have all this stone, so that could be part of something over there as well. And I got all that cobbled deep slate, so there's that too. We could put down tough in places. Like maybe it's something to walk on for our exterior pathing kind of stuff. Tough. At least in this texture pack, tough looks fine. It looks viable. I just remembered the curse to bring me the gravel art I did in lieu of one of the Might series. Bring me the gravel! Alright, those 3 are almost done. This one's going to be quite a bit longer if we wanted it. But that'll give us a nice thick stack, more than a stack of that. I can put the raw copper back in here, and now I've got some more charcoal, so I could put some of that in there. What do you need to be able to finish that? One of them was 8, and then I don't know. I'm leaving you with 3, and we'll see how that, takes care of you. And then what else was in somewhere else? What else was somewhere else? No, I can't put it back in. No. There was some iron. Yeah, there's a bit of iron in this one that I can just leave back there where the iron is. I got some bone in my pocket. Maybe I shouldn't be out in the thunderstorm. Perhaps. Start picking our glass out. Oops. You hear all of the little clicks for this controller, right? And it's because I'm holding it like above my soup bowl. That's a nice lot of glass. I'll come back for the rest of it. I'm just looking for, you know, what can I put away that I'm carrying right now? I've got some copper. I've got some emeralds. I feel like the emeralds are supposed to be somewhere better than that, somewhere classier than that. Probably the emeralds were right next to the diamond. I don't know, but I like the way that that looks. I know that I like the way that that looks, so yeah, emeralds are going to go over there. But my copper can go up there. Just make me room in the inventory because we're carrying a lot of materials, a lot of mats. Back over. We got grass blocks. I will have need for dirt and stuff like that. Everything else can stay here except for this bone and this bone, I think. Oh, Prosecutor Walter, you just... Walton, Prosecutor Walter, please enter. Prosecutor Walton, you just realized that somebody gift subbed you a sub? Nice. ASMR controller clicks. Yeah, I'll just hold it right here. Okay, that's a stack and almost a half of glass. We've got some tuff on us. We got some cobbled deep slate for like nice black sleek stuff. I got 3 colors of wood in my pockets right now. I still have the cobblestone on me. Doesn't look like it. Oh yeah, there's cobblestones, a half a stack. Alright. That's probably good. It stopped being a thunderstorm, I think. And then, like, cue me getting hit by lightning. Head back over. Okay, yeah. That's, yep. Horse gallops, skeleton rattles. Is it possible that a horse just turned into a skeletal horse? Skeleton horse swims. Skeleton horse cries. Where is it? It's so goddamn, you know, like this out with all the fogginess and whatnot. Uh-huh. Skeleton shoots, horse gallops, arrow hits. Is it underwater somehow and not dying? I mean, it is dead already if it's skeleton. But I swear, like, the things that it was saying were, you have good ears being able to hear the breed of a horse. Or I just read in the lower right that it says skeletal. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. No. Stop. Come to me. Come to me. Bring your rider to me. I don't want to accidentally hit you, though. I want to hit your rider. Ah, I'm so afraid to, like, hurt the skeleton horse. I want the skeleton horse to survive its rider. But there's something going wrong with, like, pathing in general right now. Because I swear there was something else that we saw that was, like, running back and forth. And it was the spider. That spider that had a skeleton on it was, like, going backwards of the direction that it probably should have been as well. Okay. I have freed the horse of its rider. Press left shift to dismount. Okay, what can I do? I want this horse. I want this horse to be saved. I want to feed it. Like, but it's not freaking out with me sitting on it, so it's actually not angry. It's not angry at me. Being on it. It's not bucking me. So it's basically already a horse I can sit on. It's a friendly horse. What I need is a saddle. I think you just need the saddle, says Prosecutor Walton. Okay. What can I do to make sure that this horse doesn't despawn? I can't put a horse in a boat. I can feed it, but I don't think just feeding it would keep it alive. Or, I mean, keep it from despawning. Yeah, just grab some wheat, I guess. But I really want things that are over here. I just don't want to run too far away from where that horse is. I mean, it should be basically an immortal horse. Give me carrots. I don't know what a skeletal horse actually eats. I need some room in my inventory. But I know that I want some carrots on me for the horse. Some wheat. More than just one wheat. I've been trading all of my wheat with farmers at the village. I could get, like, make one of the villagers a leatherier, a leather man. Do I have apples anywhere? Name tag, if I have one. Oh my god, do I have a name tag? Are you kidding me? Every time that I go fishing, I pull back 7 of them. I do see a lot of name tags. Okay, so that's food. We're staying in the range of the horse being loaded, is what I'm going to keep telling myself. No, name tags, they're... Even though you fish them up, you did consider them valuable. So, here's a name tag. I don't know if I can put it on the horse. Do I have to... What do I do with a name tag? Like, do I have to name it first on my anvil and then bring it to the horse and then click it? Yeah? Alright, so name tag, where did it go? Where is it in the inventory? There we go. Name tag. So... Skellymon? Wait, no. Skellymon! Gotta catch him! Let's just hope that that's so. I've Skellymoned it. Skellymon is ready to be Skellymoned. At the back door, along the side of the house. And somewhere over here, under the water. Where you at? Aha, there it is. Skellymon? Skellymon! I've done it! Alright, so that horse will not just disappear now. Right? It can't drown, because it's already dead, kind of. In a way. I'm gonna try and give it some wheat. If it won't eat wheat, it'll eat a carrot. Carrot? Okay, that's... Oh! Hello. Did it buck me? There. That was weird, it made a sound. I mean, I know I need a saddle, and I just don't have one yet. Huh. Okay, he's got an inventory. That's good to know. Skeleton horse cries. Why would it cry? Don't cry. Okay, I moved it. I didn't mean to move it. Now it's on the bottom of the lake bed. Do you eat? You want some? Hmm? I don't know how to feed it instead of... Is it just apples that it'll eat? How to feed it instead of, like, you know, mounting it. If I could get it to, like, follow me, like, come up the hill. Come up the hill. I've got a carrot. Look. Come up the hill. I don't want to have to remember that there's a horse at the bottom of the fucking sea. I guess that's what I have to do. Alright, that's good. Once named, it will not despawn. We have named it Skellymon. It's got a name tag. And now we've just gotta, like, get ourselves a Pokeball, and then we can catch it. Yeah, I'll just bring this stuff. Well, apparently we're going inside and sleeping the night away. That's awesome. I mean, imagine, like, I get to have a fucking skeletal horse. I just gotta come up with a saddle. Which I'm told you can get a leather worker villager to actually make. Like, if you get the leather man up enough, he's got a chance to sell saddles. I can't just make a saddle, right? That's still in the realm of, you need mods for that, yeah? Hmm. You know what? There we go. Just need a skelly ball now. And we can catch our Skellymon. Alright, I finally finished eating. Which means it's actually time to, like, take the medicine, and then Minecraft will have my complete attention. I mean, it had my complete attention when lightning struck. How does that work? How do you end up with a skeletal rider? Is there something that lightning has to strike in order to create a skeleton rider? Like, was it that lightning struck a skeleton and that turned that skeleton into a skeletal rider or something like that? I mean, it's a very rare occurrence anyway. So for me to have a friggin' skeleton horse right here, name tagged, and all I need to do is put a saddle on him, that's awesome. You can make leather armor, even swords made of diamond, but no, a saddle or string is just too goddamn complicated. Alright, so I'm going to take my multivitamin gummy, which is a B... No, I'm going to start with my D3, actually. So I've got... You wanted ASMR? You're getting ASMR. I've got liquid vitamin D3 here, which is cholecalciferol. cholecalciferol. 5,000 international units, aka 125 micrograms, with some orange flavor, as distributed by Solgar. My doctor at this point says, this is a brand that he trusts, and it's hard to find a brand that you can trust in supplements in, the United States of America. Anyway, it's mainly just a scam, it's mainly just a way to sell, to make money off suckers. So I put half a milliliter of that, in between my lip and the front of my bottom teeth. That's just where I've been doing it lately. Just seems like you basically want to just put it there, hold it. It gets absorbed by the sort of skinless skin on the inside of your mouth, directly. And then, you swallow whatever else is there at just 0.5 milliliters. And as oily as this stuff is, like, it's already gone, in a way that, like, it's coated my mouth, but in terms of me needing to swallow anything, I don't know. Like, it'll go down when it goes down, so I don't worry about that much. I have vitamin gummy bears, too. I really like, they started making them for adults. Yeah, this was recommended by my doctor specifically. This gummy, multivitamin by, I think it might be Nature's Way or Natural Way, Nature's Way or something like that. It might not be that. It's the I don't remember what the brand name is, but I remember it's like Alive! Exclamation point. And it's adult premium multivitamin Alive, and it's supposed to be like grape and something else flavor. I don't know. It's sweet. It tastes good. Importantly, it's all of the things that are in it are there's nothing in here that was produced from, near, around, or in any didn't share the same continent as yeast. And because I've got candidiasis, where it's basically a colony of yeast that's out of control in my body, these don't help the enemy. So the D3, half a milliliter, I just took about 300% of the daily value in here. Taking one of these gummies, I think, has about 150% of your daily value of vitamin D as well. Actually, it might only have, like, it might be that 150% is if you take 2 of them or something like that. But anyway, there's I've just taken about 400% of vitamin D, along with significant doses of B6, B12, and all the other, like, B complex things, and vitamin A and vitamin E. Whole bunch of stuff that's in that multivitamin at reasonable doses, of most multivitamins. So, I'm buffing them up by taking vitamin D on vitamin D. And now I'm buffing up the B12 by taking methylcobalamin. To about 7 times their strength in coconut oil. And so MCT oil will replace the coconut oil, which I'm looking forward to, because I was never able to take as much coconut oil as my doctor wanted me to. I just never started, actually. It's just so, like, I don't know, it's not something that I want to have to take in the first place. And then just taking, like, a scoop of this partially... Where the hell is my boat? Partially liquid, partially solid oil, and just, like, licking at it for a couple of minutes. It's just, it's a texture I don't enjoy. And more so, I don't think coconut oil would, you know, under any circumstance, no matter how long I took it, would actually, like, do what it needs to do against the candida overgrowth in my body right now. It needs to be a little bit jacked up, and the MCT oil will jack it up exactly the way that it needs to be. I have no idea where my boat is. Yeah, I just don't know. Did I leave it in the middle of the river or something? Because that boat has, you know, has a chest in the back of it. So it's like if I broke that boat, intentionally or otherwise, then a whole bunch of shit would have, like, just hit the floor. Not that any of it is hugely valuable or anything. I bailed from it on this far side. Okay, that's pretty much the only place left to check, so that's where I was headed next. That looks like the bottom of a boat. Yes, indeed. Okay. Alright. So now back to the build over where the villagers are. Oh, look at that. Look at it as we come in. I'm going to put it in, like, the top left so it's a little bit bigger. From the camera lensing kind of effect. It certainly looks like something. Not sure what, but it looks like something from down here. Wait, this isn't where you park. Okay. Get back in. Where do I park then? You, right there. We'll have to make a dock. And steps to get us to this height. Hello, sheep. Okay. Yeah. Didn't we have... This is... I have had Silky Boy from the beginning. Like, that was my earliest... This is my only diamond pickaxe that I've ever had in this seed. So don't we have, like, a shit ton of what's it called? Glowstone from the Nether. Back home that I could have grabbed and brought. I've got a nether chest and there's a bunch of glowstone, and that's what we need for, like, the lighting this place up. These windows are on a diagonal, so they're surely going to be glass blocks, right? And then the question is just like, where are you going to put them exactly? And I think it's like here. Yeah. Okay. Take that back out. Yeah, I think that's what I'm looking for. Unless you want to use extra panes to connect it all, then yeah. Yeah, and I don't want to end up with, like, when I think of how the panes would interact with one another. Nah. I'm good. In a moment, I won't be able to hear you because I'll be sealed behind this glass. Is that how you are? You're just right in front of that one? Yeah, okay. As long as we're doing it symmetrically. weird that they're there, though. It looks good from both of these sides, but then over here, I don't like that I'm seeing the glass blocks 3D. But I guess that's what we're doing, and that actually hangs on the outside. I've put that instead of on the line on the interior, because I didn't want to end up with a block of a line of glass right there. Pull the glass all the way across. That's what I'm thinking too. Is just make it solid blocks all the way here, even though we can get away with panes right here. Yeah, and that gets rid of some of the D's, some of the dimensions of the glass. That's nice. Actually, yeah, I think I like that more. That it's like where it's embedded, where it's got that depth added to it. But yeah, I like that. For these windows, I mean, it doesn't hurt anything for me to try making them solid glass and see if that's do I like that or don't I like that? Yeah, the fact that they've got that sort of that culling, is that what you call it? That, you know, it's changing the normal of some of the sides of this thing, so you don't have to actually see them. I like it. It works out pretty well. Is it going to be solid for that one as well? I mean, it carries along the visual. I don't hate it. And also, this is like, you know, a public industrial building that would have the kind of ridiculously thick glass. Because no one thinks they're actually paying the bill for it. You know, it's some kind of government-sponsored thing, and it just gets rolled in. The contractor says, this is what you really need. Goodbye. Remember how I told you guys earlier that Lady Pawn had captured one of our kittens that hadn't been spayed yet? She's on her way right now. Let's go and get that cat spayed. Where'd my steak go? Tell me I left I accidentally put the steak away somewhere or something like that. Apparently I accidentally put the steak away. I don't think I ran out. I didn't, like, eat through it. Let's put you in there and you in there. I mean, there's certainly still some food lying around. I guess I'll pull out some apples. And I guess I will keep the carrots on me. Is that the best food I've got now? Looks like it. Oy vey. It rains so friggin' much. And now I'm in a creeper hole. I really need to... That bothers me so much. When I have to, like, enter a building, turn around, and close the door behind me in Minecraft, someone hasn't done their fucking job. I need a pressure plate. Wait, you can make a pressure plate standing right here, right now. You could just do that, and then have one. Keep walking in here like there's nothing that can be done right now because it's something, something. There you go. Ugh. Okay, so back to the glass. Oh, fuck, that already looks great, doesn't it? Especially with that morning sky, that morning light with these shaders. Okay, so the last of the glass is going to be like, it's supposed to be like a big glass wall, and I might even want to like take this up one more, because I imagine this glass wall being a friggin' huge glass wall with a door in the middle that opens up to walk out onto the patio kind of a thing. Yeah, that's the kind of glass wall I've got in mind. It abides the symmetry. And this will be using most of the rest of our glass, if not all of the glass. I don't know. 4 times 7. Except for the doors in the middle. If they're going to be in the middle, where are you going to put them? I mean, it doesn't hurt if I place them somewhere that I don't want them later. Because I've got Silky Boy here. He can handle it. I guess it's just going to be one door in the middle. It gets hung there. Yeah, and then we'll figure out what the patio actually looks like some other time. But that leaves me with 10 glass blocks, or 160 glass panes. No, because I'd need 2 more to make another stack of them. It leaves me with 16 glass panes. And 4 glass blocks? Is that how that would work out? Having the glass in is very nice. I wish I'd brought, like, for lighting and stuff like that. I wish I had the lighting. In fact, I wish it so much that I'm gonna go get it. Instead of work on something else with any of the other things that we brought that I could just leave here. Nah, your inventory's fine. It's not a problem. But yeah, I'm gonna go get the what are you doing? You have a stairwell for this. Do I? Somewhere. Yeah, meow. Gonna go get the glowstone. I mean, I'd like it to not be that very yellow, very orange, very yellow light that glowstone blocks give. In the shader pack in particular. But, you know, I need serious indoor lighting solutions immediately, and I don't want them to look like they're from the Victorian era or whatever. And it being like a museum and stuff, the just soft cubist light source actually will blend right in. Excuse me? Somebody fired an arrow at me. Don't tell me skeletal horses spawn skeleton riders. No, the nether part would be one of these two. Yep, there's our glowstone. I think I'm taking almost the whole stack. I'll leave a little bit behind just to... And then... Is there any need or want of that? A couple of shroom lights. They're just dimmer glowstone. Especially in this pack. Where was that skeleton that fired at me? I'm going over toward where I know the horse is. So, I shouldn't get fired at over my Skelly boy. Skellymon. Some skeleton over here was close enough to fire on me. And it makes me wonder, is there another skeletal rider? Could I have 2 skeleton horses? Ender rods? The ones from Blaze rods? Do they give off light somehow? How would I... Maybe at some point we'll like be able to raid a underwater temple and come back with you know, blocks that give off a nice blue light. Something like that. The light rods in N cities, I think they are white. Oh. Huh. You give me a reason to go kill the dragon? Let's start just yanking all this down. Now, one of the considerations would be like, we could actually make it so that these lights only come on at night, and then we just have the light that's coming in. It's not going to be enough, but we could have some of them do that. Over here, and bearing in mind that it's not just about how much light we can get. Ooh. But also about the visual sensibilities of this museum, the interior kind of thing. Ooh, this could actually look good because they're halfway in. Yeah. I mean, they got 2 and 2 on this side, and then they've got a gap of 2 on that side as well. Just don't know if it looks centered. Well, it's gonna have to. Yeah, that's gonna be the thing there. And then over here. In fact, can I follow the same line? So it would be this one, and I could check, it's 109. Pretty sure we can just run over here. And then this seems like a visual center of something. Let me get that out of my hands so we can better see. Alright. And then we should consider the eye lines of the entrance. And I think that means for me, I want light there. Okay, but this will be into our dome above. I think that's too close to the entrance. And since it's Silk Touch Axe, no harm, no foul. I might actually, yeah, we might do something different here. We might do them in strips. Because it's the main entry, the main foyer. Foyer. It's the main area, anyway. Plus, it looks like we need more light with this dark, you know, flooring and stuff like that. What are you still doing in here? Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do something with strip lighting. So for strip lighting, just standing here and trying to imagine it. Hmm. Hmm. What if I hit it? At least, like, the entrance light could be hidden like that. And maybe there's even, like, some... Huh, okay. These are ideas. Let me go past the night so we don't end up with a bunch of creepers that blow up all the stuff I've been working on. Oh, look at that. From the exterior approaching, you see that overhead light. That's cool. Through the glass window. I would like that to be up by one. So what happens if I knock this out? Where is that floor? It's on the inside of our dome there. And you know, what we can do is come up with, use hiding the lights, if we choose to, as an excuse for why we're building, where we're building, you know, certain objects that end up covering them over. But yeah, I would like to have these lights, I think, like that. And if I'm not holding a light, the amount of light we get from it is not much. And aren't glowstones like the brightest block in the game? I could be wrong about that, but they're brighter than torches, and I think they're brighter than lanterns. So torch, you know, so glowstone, then lantern, then torch is how it goes, right? And it's still like so little light is how it ends up looking anyway. So it does 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there. It does give me the notion in the lotion of my ocean. Nah. I could put it over here and it would be every block that crosses there, but it just seems too gaudy. So the other way that I was first thinking to do it is that right? You're 1, 2, 3, and that, and then 1, 2, 3, and then that, and then 1, 2. Yeah, that doesn't help me. I think you come down. When I get into my design, I get into my design, you know? See, now that's evenly spaced across this area that's been put out there, and it also frames the window as you know, walk in from this sight line, so I don't hate that. Let's see if we carried it, if we did it again right here and here, how that ends up looking. And we're also standing in the doorway there between an indoor and an outdoor, and these shaders have like a a thing where it, you know, changes the, oh, you've got outdoor eyes right now, and then you got indoor eyes right now, and then your eyes adjust to the indoor light. Alright, and where are these lights? You're along that strip? I know what you're thinking. I don't know what you're thinking. I'm thinking something. That is gaudy now. You know? Same thing that I said about it when I put it in a different location. Wouldn't you know? Just top? Yeah, just top of the oak. There's 4 between you, and there is 1, 2, 3, 4 between you. So it's right. It doesn't measure right in the eye, though. I might say to hell with it, because it's looking okay. It's lighting the space pretty well once you're into the space and walking around in here, as opposed to transitioning from outdoor to indoor. There's 3 between, and there's 3 there, and I could actually put like another... I could put 1 more right here, and it would be following the pattern. I don't know if it would look at all right, but again, this is that museum-y shit. I mean, when you enter, you don't see that light that's above you. Until or unless you look up. I'm going to say for now, I think I'm living with this. I like that we've got these, you know, large banks of concentrated light here. In fact, it might be... I might like it more if they were banks of 6. Then it starts to get a little bit close to the center of the room that way, and then it's like you should move the whole thing. And then have your 6 like that. Yeah. And then the 6 are along with that. Yeah, okay. And then on this side, can the 2 lines of glowstone be released? Can be recessed? What? Recessed 1 block up. Or would it remove the light? Oh, so that they're not, recessed. Certainly could be. It would definitely... I'm pretty sure it would lower the light levels generally in here, but that's not necessarily a deal breaker on it. I mean, it's going to... Everything we've done already is going to impact what's going on upstairs. And we were going to have to, like, build on top of it to hide it, or at least that was the plan. Am I going to be able to do this? Stand on top of the ladder, take a little jump, and then come over here. Oh, okay, this is flat with the floor in here. So this is actually... I thought these were... I was foolishly thinking they'd be half, you know, occupying half a slab up here as well. Obviously not, when you think about it for a second. But the fact that they're just flat with the floor... I like that they're just flat with the floor here. They also do end up, like, lighting both spaces in a way that's viable-ish. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with this for now, and then we'll see in time as we design other aspects. Speaking of designing other aspects, it just occurred to me how we do this. How we make this look a lot better. And it's outlining it with the color of wood that it isn't. Yeah. Disco floor? That's another way to make it look a lot better. Yes. Gonna do this. But yeah, this slit that you can almost barely tell is here from outside, you're gonna be able to fucking see it now. Yeah, no, that's right, isn't it? Is it? Were there... I only popped 3 off. Didn't I? So that wasn't there, was it? If I go around on this level to the other side, I can see if it's a 3 or it's a 5. Fuck, and then I fall at the end. It's a 3. It's supposed to be a 3. Yeah, so this should be like this. Which means to outline it, you then take this one and this one. The contrast will make it visible to the viewer on the ground. Nope. It's so hard to, like, get a run going on a controller in Minecraft with the double tap. I could change it to something else, but I'm kind of out of buttons on the thing. I'd have to think about it. And I don't want to have to think about it. Ooh, this is going to pass under the nipple. Oops. I wonder if I should do these two as well. I mean, this was only here for the exterior, really, but the interior is going to be affected by it, and if you can't see the something and just excuses and whatnot, yeah, I think this probably should be done. Those get replaced with this as well. So, suppose I can reach that from here. Ooh, I can. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. And I could actually thicken this up a little bit on the interior also. That would sell it more from the inside looking up. Yeah, damn, I want those too. So... you and you. Okay. From the interior looking out. Looks reasonable. Yeah. Oh yeah, that looks very nice. I like it. Good work, me. We walk in at nighttime. Oh, that's some nice lighting, is what that is. It's a little bit underpowered on that side, is what it felt like while I was over there. Eh, good enough. No, I don't know. Keep eating them. Yeah, over here, like right as we're passing through here, it gets quite dark on the floor right there. But yeah, that's a hell of a view. Alright, let's go sleep the night away before we get a bunch of creepers blowing shit up. Whoa! It did it all on its own. There we go. I wonder whatever happened to the villager who, lived here, because I didn't just kill him and take his house, and I'm, like, insulted that you would suggest such a thing. Hmm. So, if I take that out by one more, it's going to look weird from inside because you're looking out a window and then you're seeing the bottom of a... Maybe it'll look at weird, maybe it won't. I'm going to put it here. I'm going to put a floor here, and it's going to be the color of the exterior, hiding the floor-colored wood. Because that also puts us in a place... Same on both sides? Yeah. Puts us in a place where we've got, like, an area underneath there where we could actually have that walkway I was talking about. Meow. Oh, right. I never really, like, stepped back and looked at the, yeah, now you can't see it because of the sun. I had to look at the opening from the exterior. That's over here. Oh, yeah, that helps a bunch. Yeah. Now what we need is, like, some three-dimensional overhang to separate the observatory upper from everything below it. And the question is, shall I add another color? And I'm thinking I'm going to add the black from the stone that we brought. You know me. This has to be facing in a way that I can, like, accidentally cut my face off, or else it's not right. So we brought the cobbled deep slate, and we can make it into many different kinds of cobbled deep slate. And that's not even all of them, is it? There's like one more. Polished deep slate stairs. I think it's polished that I'm going to do. And I'm going to do some stairs and some slabs, and then combine those to create some overhang and walk area and that kind of thing. So let's get some stairs first. How many? Good question. I do not have the answer. Oops. 18 of one, 36 of the other, obviously. Yes, now I've got polished in both sets. And I need a platform to stand on, which I guess just means some. Well, give me more than that. Give me these. And now we can't see it because it's in the shade. We can't see it much, but these should be actually quite shiny, reflective in this texture pack. Yeah, you can start to see a little bit of it. Like, how am I going to do this? You need to get like up there on it and then walk around with it as you place. That's the only sensible way to do it. Do that, and then that. Now we find out if it actually is sensible or if I'm just like making shit up. Because it seems plausible that I'm just making shit up too. If this is all going to be stairs all the way around, then you're going to need a lot more stairs, Pawn. And I don't know if those stairs that I'm placing like that are placing the way that I would want them to, which is in a corner fashion. And it doesn't look like they are, or that they even could be, because they're not actually connected to anything else that would drive them to be that way. So yeah, I don't know. Probably stop placing them, stand back, find out. Is an idea. Yeah, they're not doing that thing that I want them to do. Seriously? I placed it on the top and the right side, and then you decide to put it in that way. How does this game decide the orientation of blocks that allow orientation to change? Because that's fucking ridiculous. That's the last choice that you would make based on any quantity that I can imagine, and that's what you made that choice. You did it though. Can I come back up somehow, like by doing this and then jumping? Ooh. Like if I'm standing here and I'm putting it there, if I put it like this, then the one that's next to it should pull it around. These, I think we're just going to be fucked on. But I'm going to stand up here with my crotch dangling over everything, and then I'm going to do like that, and I don't know. Is there any possibility? You can't just place a single block and get that, can you? That's why I'm still doing it, is because I'm not 1,000% sure. You can place a single stair upside down and get it in a way that it wraps into a corner. I feel pretty convinced that you can't, and that I've just been wasting my time. Yeah, it's gonna be a no from me, dog. in order to see what I'm doing while I'm doing it, I'll do it from down here. What if I do this? Okay, so yeah. It's just, if we can do it in stairs, we'll get that added, you know, nice dimensionality of an extra shadow and just a better line in general and all that. Cool. I thought I was crouched. The game disagreed. Oh no, actually you guys could have stayed. Oh, and you can stay. So we're doing like that. And then like that. And like that. That ain't gonna do it. No, you could have been there. Go there. It's not gonna come around. Is it? If I did that and put it that way. Yeah, no. I need this one to pull it. Pull it there, that pulls that in, but now that's there. And it can't, like, it's not going to come around anymore. Maybe that's just where that ends. Because then we've got the same situation here. Let me just convince myself that that's true. Like, if I tried to put this here, it does pull around. Okay. I'm clearly very confused. And need a lot more stairs. Now I see how we can do it. It's going to be all stairs, no slabs, at least right there. And then I'll be using slabs elsewhere. How is this helping? I don't know if you'll be able to really tell one way or another since you got so much wood built blocking the way. It looks like it's going to make a big difference. But I kind of, you know, I enjoy the reveal moment. So I don't mind, like, blocking or just not being able to see until it's time to see. If you're there and I want you to pull around, then I actually need to be here. And then I need to attach you like that. And then like that. And then, yeah, good. And then you. Look at how much reflection it's giving. That's so nice. And then, yeah, there. That's exactly where I wanted it. Thank you so much. I can't tell. And I'm trying to align it with the friggin' thumbstick. Alright. Many more stairses, please. So, cobbled deep slate. It's polished. Polished deep slate stairs. Okay, I'm not in the mode that just pulls them down as many as it can get, and I don't want to be. I certainly need a lot of these. I just don't want to use everything I've got, everything I brought. And that might end there, or at least as stairs end there. You know, I might do it differently. So let's just wrap it around on the other side. Am I going to have to continue building platforms out of the other kind of wood just to get the angles that I need? And the answer is, yeah, probably. Put you in like that. And then you in like that. And then you in... Well... Oh, shit. That's the wrong color wood there, friend. Fuck. Why do they gotta do this to me? Why do they gotta make me, like, switch back and forth between fucking... in the things and shit and the fuck? And then if you're put in like that, that should pull that around. You're going past here like that. If this one's like this, then when I put this one here, it should not do that. It should definitely not do that. I'm going to put you like that. That should pull that around the corner. And then to pull you around the corner, I'd put that like that. And then you here. That corner's that one. And then like so. And then you like so should corner that. Huh. When does this end? Good question. I guess right here is where it's going to end. Which means put these in, and then come back and slide it into the corner there and hope that you got something. And then if it ends there, that work? Not entirely. So if I'm from underneath and I want that to go around the corner, I put this here and I put that there. Alright, I just gotta do like these fussy little corners from the bottom, because otherwise I don't know what I'm doing. It doesn't know what I'm... Nobody knows what anybody's doing, is how that ends up working out. That pulls that around, but then this one... I end up very confused. So these are actually, these kind of work like fucking railroads, and I've never realized it. Railroad ties in Minecraft, where it's like the way that you set them turns them or something. Why am I having to redo every single one of these? Some of them are right, but it's like every one that I press undoes the next one. Did you take that corner? You did? Hooray. That looks right all the way along. Okay. Now, it ending right there is not necessarily it ending right there. It might be just us switching over to this. To slabs. Really? After all that positioning, I'm still not, like, touching the damn thing? Yeah, no, it's fine. Keep going, Pawn. Don't worry about it. I had a thought. It'll probably come back to haunt us that I decided to just keep going. Come on. D-pad. Have a certain... It's like it keeps moving me the same amount each time I press it. Is it like that, though? That's what it seems like. It's like it's a D-pad or something. What the fuck? I'm gonna pull this down, all this crap that I put up in order to get up there. We need like a dedicated way of getting up and down from the roof. The stair or the ladder is, I think, I mean it's there, but I don't think I want it to actually like penetrate the ridge line that we've just put up. You know, I like that it's there, but I don't know, like having one empty slot and then that goes up. At least for now, it does allow you to get up here to work on things, though. So maybe. Yeah, and now that we're up here, I'm just going to go around with not stairs. How many of these do I have? You got 9 left. Okay. Well. Yeah. Can I make a cobbled deep slate trapdoor? I could do some kind of trapdoor up there, though. Dark wood or even iron. And I've fallen again. Plus, I'm out. I shouldn't need that many more to work even around the edge of the building, around the back. Yeah, actually that does seem like a number of blocks there. Let's do 24 and see how that handles. And is that all of the deep slate that I've got left? Yes, it is. Okay. Well. This design has just been so hard to interact with, and you need to like stand back and look at it so often to really know what you're doing, that I feel like there's been no way to build it where I know what it's going to, you know, where I even have an impression of whether or not I like it. And then I wake up in the mornings and the sun is in my fucking eyes and I can't see anyway. So it's basically like every decision that I make, I'm just default committed to. Because I'm not gonna, oops, that's the other side. I'm not gonna redo all of this in a different color of something. I'm committed to cobbled deep slate. And bear in mind that this is a nice upstairs area that's going to like have rails, and you know, this is going to be a walkable area, and all of the things that make this area walkable are going to add another layer of detail to what you see from ground level. Seven left. 6, 5, 4, Damn, look how close it was. 3, 2, 1. Fuck. 3 more to bring it around to this other overhang there. There's all of that need for the roof. And by need, I mean need. I may want more. Looks really nice from up here too, like for considering that there's going to be, you know, and it's probably, we do deep slate walls along here, keep that thing going, and it goes all the way along all of these for the walls, back to here where you're not supposed to walk out kind of a deal, and that raises that image and gives more texture, and yeah, all those things. Now I might ow. I might want the line there extended out further, because it really looks kind of bowler capish right now, I think. If I take it out further, I don't know if that helps. I think the additional detail added by walls and shit will, that's where we go first anyway. Let's add some cobble deep slate walls. Why is there a timer? Mrs. Advertisement Gal. That's a running gag around here. I don't know if you know, that's a running gag around here. Why is there a timer? It reminds me of an observatory. Really? Does it? No? Well, because that's what it's supposed to be, is a bit of an observatory kind of a thing. Anyway, there's a timer so that we know how many hours of our lives we're not getting back. Welcome to the club of people who are not getting those hours back. You're not. I don't care how much you want them. They don't come back. This is going to take a lot of walls. I don't think we have enough polished deep slate with us. Like the rest of this just needs to be walls. There's no... That's not going to be enough. I think it's the semisphere on the top where the telescope would be. It reminds you of an observatory for some reason, because there's like a dome that has a big slit in it. Okay, weird flex, but okay. Yo, is that a dome? Nah. I'm pretty sure nah. I think nah. Pull this up. Hit you. Yeah, I shouldn't have put that back down. Alright, we've got 40 walls. I'm gonna start. Don't get me started. I'm gonna start here. Yeah, I could just hold it down. Sure. Like that. But what fun is that when you can press the button individually every goddamn time? Those are stairs now, Pawn. Oh, okay. I got confused because we're down to 13. Holy shit. I'm surprised that we got this whole area done with that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't know that you need to be there. Yeah, that's not a bad idea to have like little walls like that, but I would make them out of something else to make them stand out if we were going to have them. And then on this side, we would want to do the same, which is obviously not going to happen with the amount of walls we have right now. So instead, I'm gonna put this back. Yep, That's exactly where I was aiming. I'm so glad there's like a mouse with a fucking crosshairs on here. You just need a giant spyglass. Is this the Office of Oppression? Hello, Dramasian. Look at my observatory. It's coming together. Isn't it? And it looks like upstairs there wants some things. So we'll probably give it some things. We'll give it like a air conditioning unit or something like that. That will give it a little bit more dimensionality, you know, over and above what we see there now. But I don't hate that. I'm not loving the fact that I can't seem to ever look at it without having the sun in my eyes. So I think we made it in the wrong place. Let's go in here. And then we've got this view. I take that out, that's better. So just a really nice, like, middle view kind of thing there. And then we got the here and that. And then from here you can just kind of look back and see the rest of the village. And the community sheep. That community sheep is the community bike, you know, everybody's had a ride. Please don't speak of sheep in those terms. I think we need another live stream break. I don't want to, like, hit my quota on barnyard animal molestation references too early. So I think we need a live stream break. And in part because Lady Pawn has just gotten home, and I want to ask how dropping off the kitten went. So, yeah. Everybody hang in here. By the way, we were using this a little bit for reference. This is the thing that's in the title, the Phillips Observatory in the California Hollywood Hills. What the fuck is this? What is any of this? What are you doing? Thank you. Yeah. So, but live stream break. I'm gonna play some music for you for a couple of minutes while I roll some ads. And always build a cloud over top of it with gray wool. A cloud over top of it? I mean, if you're saying because it's in California and the smog, then wouldn't I want like orange wool? Wouldn't I want like multicolored wool? Wouldn't I want to make it look like the sky is actually some kind of upside down oil slick that you're looking into? I don't know how bad that stuff is anymore. You know, that was just in the 90s, you know, the movies and just all cinematography loved to like let you see that kind of shimmering, like, what color is that supposed to be at dusk here? Oh, that's the pollution, isn't it? This makes me think about blimp strats and GTA 5 speedrunning. It should, I think. I don't know. We're going to take a live stream break. We'll be back in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere or do, but come back. Like, go grab a snack. Pawn not out. No, I'm not. I ain't late. It's just hang on a second. Just a second. Hello, I am the Ronan Paul, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Paul live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Paul. What do you do during a live stream break? I get 1 teaspoon of coconut oil and lick it. Yeah. I also got my D-ribose and stuff like that. Welcome back. We've been not really building that exactly, but we've been building something that has some inspirations taken from the Griffiths. Wait, have I been saying something else than Griffiths? It's not. It's Griffins, isn't it? It's Griffins. That's how you remember the name of it. Okay, that's enough with the music. Griffin's Observatory. You remember it because it's Peter Griffin's Observatory. That's how you do it. But yeah, so we got ourselves, a little bit of a mild inspiration. That's still being built. We're still working on it. Learned about that building in GTA San Andreas. Yes, Griffins. I just learned today. I just found out that this is not this. This is also the site of. Hang on, wait for it. There we go. This is also where Terminator first appeared. This is where Arnold Schwarzenegger, as the first Terminator to come back in the 84? In the original Terminator, that this is actually where he spawns in his electric bubble and things. If you go back and watch it, probably I forgot. I had no idea. I never made the connection, but he's absent to existence. There's like a truck driver sitting in a parked truck next to him, watching as the lightning strikes, and that guy puts his truck in gear and gets the fuck out, leaving just Arnold standing there, fully naked, and the camera follows him as he turns around and starts walking to the edge of the parking lot, which is a cliffside which reveals all of LA below him. Yeah. It's where the bus is in this image, lol. Is it down here? Because this is where I was thinking that is, but you're saying it's over here? So there's an overlook or something like that parked? I was hoping that it was right here. That they filmed that, but over there? I have no idea. I've never been out there. I was joking about the bus. Oh, okay. Yeah, my thought is that they shot that scene right here. We're looking right here at the spot, and, it's the drive where the truck they pull around kind of thing, and it happens to be parked there waiting, and then I think where Arnold walked was, right here. He walked right in front of that, and in front of these, this curved window kind of thing, and the camera was turning around from this way and looking out. That's my guess. But yeah, so the first Terminator that entered our universe from Skynet came in at the Hollywood Hills Griffiths Observatory. Peter Griffin's Observatory. And we're making something that at one point in this build I just went, this is kind of like that observatory in the Hollywood Hills. And then and then we're trying to take more and more cues from it, but we're not undoing everything I've already done to make it, more like it. So what is the next move on the agenda here, Pawn, for where we are in the build? We need more cobbled deep slate. And what else? I love it when the lens flare happens to catch. It's really nice. Cobbled deep slate for the walls that we're going to be building. I've got a lot of things on me, and it's impossible to hang out here and not end up with more arrows and bones and string and zombie meat and shit. Can't build without coming up with more of it. I guess I'm going back to my house for more polished deep slate, after I sleep this night away, but I can't think, like, what else is what's the next move? Ick. It's not ick, it tastes fine, it's coconut oil. Yeah, I know, but it's just, the texture and that it's oil and everything else, it's just, I don't want to be spoon-fulling oil. I'm not into it. What are you going to make the telescope out of? Basalt? I have spent so much time considering the telescope that I have no fucking idea. Yeah, I haven't been thinking about the telescope at all. When I was making the dome, I didn't realize that we were going to put a slit in the dome. That's how much how much thought I've given to that. But I would like to shove a telescope through there, if you know what I mean. God, just look at that. Just look at that for a second. Like, it's just, you run down, and then, if you didn't have, like, the rectangular grass in the foreground right there. This isn't Minecraft, right? This is, like, Far Cry 4, yeah? Something like that? God, that just looks so nice. Oh, and to anybody who's just showed up, I now have a skeleton horse that lives at the bottom of the lake outside my house because I don't have a saddle for it. I don't think I have a saddle for it. We should double check whether or not I've got a saddle for it. Movie theater popcorn cooked with coconut oil? Really? Yeah, you know, now you say that, this texture that's completely coating my mouth that I would not like to... Yeah, it's familiar. It's movie popcorn. That and salt that they have blended, like, 7 times more than salt usually gets blended, right? It's a fine, thin layer of silt. So it's just vapor. They use sunflower oil? Shoot, that's... Sunflower oil where you are, Mosaic Task Force. What is the thing? There's 2 types of oil that they can make this MCT oil out of, and one is coconut oil, and one is oil. And you say sunflower, and I think of it, but it's not sunflower. Huh. What happened to my meat, is my question. Like, I was getting into various chests. I don't bring as much deep slate as I've got there. A seasoning salt for salting the popcorn. Yeah, but the main thing about it, like, if you want to make theater grade salt at home, take the whatever regular old salt you've got and you put it in a blender, you know, or ideally one of those little, you know, bullets or something like that, and basically you just blend it finer until it's, you know, a powder, and then you've got a salt that is at the same, you know, molar vortex as just throw words in there. You got a salt that's at the same kind of something as they do in the theaters anyway. I like how you have your dogs on the screen. Are my dogs, these dogs, they ain't a-barking, they're sleeping. I gotta, like, get some of this shit out of my inventory. Ink sac. Where the hell would I even put an ink sac? I'm putting it in here in the, you know, crazy extra shit chests. Is there anything else that's just doesn't need to be taking up space anymore? No, you're pretty good on that. I need meat, though. I need food, anyway. I need food that gives me decent, like, restoration. Alright, I'm gonna grab some wheat, and we're gonna encourage the cows to make sweet love. Any other adult cows that, ooh, I hit level 20. Any other, oh, Jesus, what the hell? Crimson Stem, did I, yeah, no, that was in there, okay. Anybody else who hasn't had the sex yet? It looks like everybody's sexed, everybody is sexed, okay, good. And now that you've had a release, have the final release. I need some food. I'm not picking any of it up, though. Tell you what. This wheat can go in there. Okay, well, I'm picking up the leather. There's nothing here that isn't like a material that I probably want around. For building. You killing me. I'll tell you what, I'll just put the leather in there for now. That's not enough, by the way. If you thought I was done with the slaughter, you're being very hopeful, is what I'm saying. Right, that'll do, except for now I need to, like, put that away so that I can pick up more leather. So that I can put the leather away so that I can have the meat. We're just working very close to the threshold here, in terms of me carrying everything that I could possibly want for a build that I'm not sure how it's going to go. It is a fine powder, never inhale it. Definitely not through the nose, thinking that it's something else. I tell you from experience, don't do that. The zombies on the bus is here! I didn't realize that it was you saying about my dogs on the screen. You like my gamer's chair, huh? Everybody else has a DX Racer or something like that? Fuck that. My gamer's chair could have 3 gamers in it if we really, you know, kind of hugged each other. Some fancy hipster chips use peanut oil. It is interesting how cultures of taste is different in US and EU. Yeah, peanut oil is supposed to be like... The peanut oil tends to be used in frying because it's flavorless. Is the idea that it's one of the most flavorless oils. And if you don't want, you know, to be adding a taste to whatever it is that you're, you know, deep frying or otherwise, then you use peanut oil. So that's interesting that some places would use peanut oil as the butter on popcorn in a movie theater. Am I going back already? Did you come back here for something and not actually get it? That's how it feels. What was I coming back here for? More cobbled deep slate. You did get more cobbled deep slate. I think I brought 2 stacks. Yeah, 2 slate. Okay. We will definitely be able to finish the roofing. And then the cobbled deep slate is just, it makes for a really nice black, sleek, shiny looking thing. So we can use that other places, you know. You're asking about the telescope. We could be making that out of cobbled deep slate. You know, I can make it into a tiled version, into a polished version, into a brick version. So there's options there. Wow! That building up there is starting to look really complex, so that I don't even really know what I'm looking at from this angle when I'm down here. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's looking very fancy and ornate. Oh, wait, where's the stairs are right here, you damn fool. I heard that in the latest version of Minecraft, the 1.19.3 that I haven't upgraded to yet, there are now different sounds of steps for different types of wood. And apparently they've added a sound for carpeting as well. Carpeting and some other stuff too. Like they just really went at making waveforms for different sounds of wood, I guess. Or different sounds of walking, anyway. So here's a question. Like, I would like to hide a ladder in here that lets me get up to the roof. But I don't want to do it anywhere where it's, like, interrupting these lines. Those are very, very nice. The half slab, you know, wainscoting, or whatever the hell you'd call it. And those are kind of along most of the walls. Yeah. That would get me to the roof to put it in here. Yeah, this would be actually a really good place for it right there. Yeah. So ladder, and we'll need more. Just one more, I think. One more, you know, stack of them. Bang, bang. And fuck it, might as well have it go all the way down. And then you'll need one of those, and it should be dark. So we'd be looking for a spruce trapdoor. Is that gonna blend worse than the other? Whoa, what did you do? Do not make, like, 28 spruce trapdoors. That's what I was about to do, wasn't it? Make 2. And then we'll see how that looks. I think I'm gonna move you up there. I think I would prefer it if it were up top here instead. It just makes more sense to me, too. You know, the idea of, like, you've got a spruce trap, you got a trapdoor that's on the roof, you want it to be above, and you don't want to try and inset it, because then the rainwater and shit like that could collect in it and get into grooves, and, you know, even if it's sealed when it starts out, it's just a bad idea. But if it's an over-the-top thing, then it sheds the rainwater in the first place. Somebody needs to say something else in chat, because right now it says, "It is a fine powder, never inhale it." And it's just, what were we talking about? Sounds like someone here is from, you know, Clinton's DARE committee, and is trying to make sure that the kids never find the joys of the cacao. The cacao? No, the coquea? How is it said in its native language? The coquea plant? What are you doing, Pawn? I need more cobblestone walls. Polished, in particular. So, yeah, just put the whole thing in there. Scroll down, because it's at the bottom. Polished walls. And I'm just going to grab them one at a time until I think maybe I've got enough. I'll start with 34 and see where it goes. I should probably sleep through this night so we don't get a bunch of creepers and shit, but we can get up to the roof now, and we're getting up to the roof at a safe place. Safe-ish place. I'm not sure where it's going to end on that side of things. Condor 70, 20 months of subscription. You asked for a better comment. That's a good one. I like that. I like that. That's my favorite comment so thank you so much. 20. Nice round number, too. You know? Who doesn't like a nice round number? And for those of you who haven't been here since, what, 2 a.m.? Is that when I started? Earlier than that, Paul. No, I don't. It hasn't been since 2 a.m. Since 3 a.m. Whenever it was that I started, Mosaic Task Force hit 60 months of subscription today. 5 years. Holy balls. You are making so many smart architectural and engineering choices, lines of sight, lighting, and rainwater management. How do you have all of that knowledge? I've killed a number of people and absorbed their chi. One of them was an architect. Also, I have 10 power rings that are bracelets, really. Some people call them rings. That movie was a Marvel movie. It certainly was that. Oh, ooh, hi. Oh, it absolutely was a Marvel movie. No arguing with that. Oh, right. I need more walls. I'm standing here just trying to like figure out what the hell is it and why did you? Well, I needed more walls. Not that many more necessarily, but some. I mean, like another dozen, and we'll go back up. Now that it's easy to come and go. Yeah, I got that stair line out there, but now it's blocked by the overhead thing, and yeah. This is going to be problematic, I think. Because the wall is going to want to do that, and then end. So I think this is just going to become, for the sake of visibility. No, it just ends right there. That would be fine. I would love to be able to get to this little ladder here that we put up. But I've got more ladder now, right? Don't I have like one left over from the 3 that I did? Did we use all of those ladders that we made? It looks like we used them all. If I had one more, I could put it here. Come on down. I can still get up. If I put the ladder right there anyway, I can still make it up there. I just gotta stand on the top of the ladder and then jump, I think. But yeah, visually I guess that's just gonna end there, and then here if I wanted to go up on top of the dome, I can do that kind of thing. Yeah, that works. That's fine. Trapdoor ladder? Oh yeah. I've got an extra trapdoor, don't I? I put it away though, didn't I? I put it somewhere because I'm like, I'm getting rid of that. I won't need that. But that's a good idea. I might grab it again and do something with it. I mean, that works. That works fine, actually. And then it's just a question of how does this wall look out there from the front in particular? I mean, maybe we want it to keep going around. Maybe we want to put a ladder on every single ledge just to give it more height or visibility or something like that. If we stand out here where the sun is in our eyes and look at it, we can't see it because the sun is in our eyes. This thing has just been in it's in such a like, oh, kind of position. No matter where I stand and look at it, I can never just see it. It's always got to have, God and his angels fluttering around it. I can't really get a vision of what it is that I'm looking at while I'm looking at it. Hey Pawn, did you see anything about Pal World? Is that Pal World? It's basically Pokemon, but with guns and literal slavery. They straight up copied Pokemon like Luxray and Latios. I have not heard about this. Is it meant to be, like a satire? Because I mean, copying Pokemon and ending up with slavery sounds about right. It sounds like that's kind of a natural, yep. Yeah, that's about right. You know, the world where the children are running around and doing it with dangerous animals, and there's pretty sure it's being played straight. I'm going to make the rest of this stack into walls, even though I'm sure we don't need that. Oh, geez, did I do the wrong type of wall? Because these two walls aren't. That's cobbled deep slate wall. That's polished deep slate wall. Ah, fuck. I think I just put up a bunch that are the wrong kind of wall, actually. Damn this game. It must be rearranging. It must be moving them around or something like that, because I went in the same place. Are you guys polished or cobbled? How did I end up with cobbled and... This is weird. That's 19... That's 20. No, alright, these are polished. How did I end up with cobbled? Where did I end up with cobbled? Oh. Yeah. These. Alright. I guess maybe that's my fault. I don't fucking know anymore, man. But I think I am gonna just try and take this all the way around for decorative purposes. Like from the exterior, it will add texture. And I'm not sure if I'm gonna like it or not, because they've all got the big blocky thing on them, but we're gonna try it anyway, and I'm gonna need more polished. Are we at the front of the building? We are? Okay. Well, let's get some more. Make sure that it's polished as polished. I swear there's something like that, though, that it moves it around. Polished deep slate wall. I'm gonna say that we don't need that many. I'll grab 16. Because if we're already at the front of the wall, we just need to go a little bit over there to meet up with where the wall ended before. What's it called again? Pal World. So, what are their amons, you know? Because they're certainly not the first ones to copy Pokemon. You know, I think we're all familiar that Digimon are digital monsters and Digimon have more power. Quite obviously. Or, if you're in the school that I used to be in, then Digimon are digital monsters. Digimon have more evil! Is what I used to say. Just seemed like it would be appropriate. I actually liked Digimon, and I think looking back, it's a better cartoon, probably. Or at least that it's got like more adult themes to it, and takes its stories more seriously, and something along those lines. I think you'd find that Digimon has more like storytelling chops than Pokemon. Why am I saying that? Do I want the internet to hate me? It doesn't matter. It's not a strong opinion that I hold. There's more cobbled deep slate wall. When I break polished, does it become cobbled? Is that the idea here? Is that how you end up with cobbled? Because I don't think I made any cobbled. But I might have broken some. And then... No, those are the ones you pulled down, Pawn. I'm curious, though. Let me just... Because that would be interesting. That'd be something to know, because it would translate across everything else, right? Yeah, no, they stay polished once they're polished. Alright, that was just... I made some, and they've been bouncing around in my inventory. Got it. The Danish translation of the theme song is Digimon are the best. Quite a strange statement. Digimon are the best intellectual property that you can get for your children! Notice that we are cheaper! Okay, so I like this. This ends right there, and then that dome is the first dome that we made. It's kind of shit. It's not the best dome you could dome. If you were gonna dome, you know, you might want to dome better than that dome. But the thing is that on the underside of it, it looks quite nice when you're standing in the building. Up here, we've got the lights in the where the telescope will go. So we could, like, put in a platform on tough. Wait, did I bring some stone? Some straight up stone? I think I decided against it because I'm foolish. Because I'm a foolish boy. Oh no, I've got stone. There you go. So I could go downstairs, cut this stone into half slabs. It doesn't all need to be half slabs, but we could create the, like, platform for a telescope. It needs to be up a little bit from the main ground. Let's leave a 3 wide walking area at any given point. And then yeah, most of it would be this tall. And then you'd have some walk-up area. And it needs to be a full block tall. So that we can build on top of it when it's time to do that. But that's 3, and then that would only leave 2 to get to there. So do I want to actually use this? I'm trying to use the outer edge as the circle defining point. That's 2. That's 3. Yeah, no, you're going to have to do 3 here, and then, like, to make a circled platform. Do you want it to be a circled platform? It would go along with what these things usually are from what I've seen in the movies. Oh, well, then that's definitely how it is, isn't it? Because you've seen it in the movies. Do 3 and then 1 and then 1 and then 3 actually is probably all we can fit in here. That's what it looks like. Are you in the center of that wall? You are, yeah. So it's 3, 1, 1, 3. That's what it has to be, or else it doesn't fit. It doesn't have to be a perfect circle, though. Like, I'm willing for it to be other things. I only have 8 stone left after that, so we take the stone, we go back downstairs, we turn it into slabs, and then it's just, yeah. And then we've got all that we could possibly need, which would be, you know, 18, hopefully, is all that we could possibly need. Reminds me of a clothes store that had a rack saying, cool t-shirts, and of course it was parents buying those for their children. Hello, parent. Your child will believe that these are cool, that they are hip and happening. They are totally boss. That they are ratty cool. A sign over a round of t-shirts that just says rad-i-cool t-shirts. $4.99 each. It feels like it would say that, and then they would all be like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle shirts. The thing is, that would actually make them cool, so that's the... Rad-e-cool. Oh, what did I do? I went down, I slept the day away, and I didn't actually do the half of the thing. You distracted me thinking about, like, a 90s t-shirt rack at Kohl's. Yeah, no, just straight stone. Just straight stone, thank you. And all of them you can make as stone. What do you mean new recipes unlocked? I've never made stone before? Or, I mean, stone slabs? What's that one table that I can make now because of it? If I've got stone slabs... We have to have had stone slabs before... Oh, this is it, isn't it? It's the grindstone. Yeah. We've got an armor stand back home. Isn't that stone slab, or is that cobblestone slab? It must be cobble. Or else the game forgot. Is this going to be enough to fill it? 3, 6... No. So if it's not going to be enough to fill it, then what we want to do is we want to do the edges symmetrically, fill some of it in, and then, you know, you could have like a different color stone in the middle. Or maybe the entire telescope takes up just that much space, baby. 2 more of these won't do. But what they could do is be the step up location. I could actually take... I'm going to take the stone off of the sides here. Well, balls. I'm going to take the stone off of the sides here. And make it more, because we don't need it to be perfectly circular. Yeah, you're fucking with my steez there. Actually, I'm gonna pull that up. I'm gonna pull this up and pull all that up, because those are all half slabs. So for the moment, get rid of the big ones. Get you guys. And I'm gonna spread these guys back out. And then I'm going to go down and split these in half, too. Wait, where am I? Spun around a little bit. Start reading chat while you're going. This has been such a, you know, unique playthrough for me because we immediately got... everything has been... it's been feathered, silk touch. Everything has been silk touch. My Sam here, this shovel just came in silk touch on its own. This pickaxe came in silk touch on its own, and so like, without me trying, it's like made a whole bunch of, I don't know, design choices, aesthetic. You know, it's just like, I've got this stuff, so that's what we're using now. This is still gonna be, like, short of what we need, isn't it? Are we gonna have enough to, like, at least fill in this interior area? No. Damn it. Well, I think... I mean, I could just go home and get more. No, I think we're gonna do something that we're just gonna design a little bit differently. Like, this is completely viable as well, in theory. Put you in there. I need another half slab to fill it in like that, and then if I have a walk-up area that's over here, so maybe I turn... One of these gets turned into 2 half slabs. By the way, rotten flesh. Thank you. It's not like my inventory is full. One of them gets turned into half slabs, and then 2 of them get turned into steps. And the last one can go fuck it. I don't know what to do with the last one. But yeah, that's how we'll handle this. One stone into 2 stone slabs, and then stone stairs. I want 2 of those at least. I could have 3. I don't know what else to do with it if it weren't that. So it might as well be that. Yeah. And then the idea is that you've got access to the telescope platform via, you know, convenient stairs from one side that is the main side that's meant for coming up to the telescope, but you also have like a service side on the other side. So we fill in with that, and then which is the main side for this telescope? I think it would actually be over here. And so if I put that like that, you can come up, and then you can get at the actual telescope area there. But, you know, for service and whatnot, you can also, like, access it on this side for some reason. Somehow, some way, something. I just put you on the floor like that. That works. Honestly, if I would have thought of that as a design, I would have split the one of these into 2 more of those and done that on both sides, and then we would have had symmetry in the thing. But we don't, so let's do it this way, and we'll be close to having symmetry. And then maybe this is actually the main side that you come up and look at the controls for the telescope as it's pointed up like that. I don't know. The fact that you've got lights underneath that platform, though, that are visible, I'm not sure about that. I don't know about that, yo. We'll worry about it later. We've got ourselves a telescope platform up here. The exterior look has come along quite a bit. I do enjoy it. Let's see if we can get some more inspiration from over here. I guess I'm going to... There's one of 2 things that when I'm looking at that I start thinking about. And one of them is there's some stairs that go up the side of the building that give you roof access on the Griffin's observatory there. And we've got our staircase, which is coming up just through the ground here. So if we could carry a staircase of some kind up to the roof, then that would follow. But I got glass everywhere at this point. Yeah. And I don't want like a staircase that protrudes out into nowhere or changes the shape of the building or something like that. So I don't think we're going to be doing an exterior staircase up. I just don't see where it would be able to go. I mean, I guess we could wrap it or we could curve it around. It would be pretty cool if there were a curving staircase that were going up on this side. You know, this is a very boring side of the building. Yeah, that would be really fucking cool, actually. So then the question is, what color wood will we be using for that? And on the main observatory, I'm looking at to the right side of the image once it loads. Right side of the image, the small dome. On the right side of that looks like a staircase that's coming up. You know, it's the railway for the staircase coming up like that. Just to get roof access for, you know, servicing things on the roof and shit. I think that's that would be really cool to do. It is the same color on the Griffins one. I keep wanting to say Andy Griffiths, apparently, instead of Peter Griffin's. And it would add a nice dimensionality to it. I just don't... Do I want to do it the same color? I think you do. Alright, so that would be oak wood, which we have a fair bit of. Let me drop something. There's got to be something I can drop off over here. I'm carrying around 1 polished deep slate, for fuck's sake. Aha, gunpowder. Surely that stacks. Anything else? Probably not. Okay. Let's sleep the night away, and then I'm going to make a bunch of oak stairs. The really cool thing would be if we could actually design a way to have the stairs, and then there is an actual, like, retaining wall for the stairs. That you know, that kind of thing that's on the outside of the stairs. To go inside to use the table here. So, starting with what? Starting with... Make me some more wood. And then from that wood, let's get some oak stairs. Shouldn't need that many, but we will need some. And is it stairs? For what you want to do, you're going to want to either mix and match stairs and slabs, or maybe just have it all be slabs. Because it's a nice long, I mean, it's only like 6 blocks that we need to go up to the roof, maybe 7 or 8. But it's a long curve going around, so we might actually want this as slabs. I need to have a look before I commit. Like, what are we looking at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's 6, so it's not that much. And then for how many we want to go around here, we might as well do that with slabs. It'll actually look better to have a longer curl up. So, slabs. And I won't need many. Give me 18 to start. You know, it's oak slabs. There'll always be a use for another slab. And then where does this start to curl up? You know, I like the idea. This is going to be the main entryway. We're going to do some leveling of the, you know, we're going to backfill whatever with the earth kind of a thing. So, like, this is the entrance to this. And also, right over here is where you start going up to go up to the roof. I like that as a premise. So, give me my grass, and let's do a little backfilling just so I can have some kind of sense of what we're looking at here. I'm just widening it out so that my brain has room to think. That is supposed to be there just as like a decoration kind of a thing. I don't know if we'll commit to it, but let's say we wanted to leave that there. We really wanted to leave that there. Then our stairs would start here, and then we'd start going up. Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that. You're where on this block? You're on the bottom, so I want to be on the top, up here, and bring it out like that. Fuck. Alright, well, it might be easier to build from here anyway. Because this is basically all you're doing is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Ooh, this might be taking a little bit too long to get to the top. What are we looking at from... I really wish this fucking hole wasn't fucking here. Yeah, it starts a little bit awkwardly, and then there's a pattern going up here. And then I'm starting to hit the roof line. Need to be taken away and then moved back out, kind of a deal. So it needs to go up a little bit faster than that. Fucking... Certain things in life that just bother you more than anything. The idea of, like, falling to while I'm walking backwards right there. Just for some reason, it makes my blood want to boil. Like, why is that the thing? But it is. I'll tell you what it is. It's that. I'm not hating that, you know. I'm looking at it for, I want the sweeping, the fun, yeah, the visual coiling of it. It's very nice. That is very nice. Give me some more half slabs. Oh no, that's over here. Another 18. I'm gonna actually have to go up them. Yeah. And now this stuff will actually have to... it's gonna have to change somehow. This is basically where we'd be wanting this to come up. And you know, I could just put some stairs in at the top of this that you still get like the visual coil of walking up. Bit of a problem that you like get stuck right here in this corner because of that. But if that's not there, then you can pass under everything else, and then you get to here, and then if it was stairs to... well, this would have to be one higher then. You'd be there. And then on top of you... no, if on top of you is stairs, then that doesn't do it. But if that's stairs, and then... can I just pull away from the building? Nope, that's where your ladder comes up. Shit. So it would have to be stairs there, and then that would mean that this has to turn into stairs as well. Okay. I'll give that a try. Let's go get some stairs. Derp. Honestly, why don't you come with me and sit outside with the rest of the equipment? Four stairs, more than enough. Alright, and then stairs, stairs, stairs. Okay. And then do we want this to... be, you know, part of our stairs. We make it double wide. Perhaps? Or we just come down the side of this, because that was part of my thought. You know, if this is going to be an area for the public to be walking up, then it can't just be a narrow, deadly stairway. How does this end up looking is what I want to know. Because we're really, like, adding a lot of heft to the building at this point. Wait. That's not right. That's not right. You can't do that. Mary? Would it be there? I might have already confused the fuck out of what I thought I was doing here. I had a nice pattern going, which was you're there, then you have to be higher, and then you're there, and then you have to be higher, but then you're there. Yeah. And then this one has to be higher, which means you have that, and then you set this on that. And then that can be low. And then you set that on that. And if this were to just come up with us, and we'd start doing that kind of a thing. And I'm not sure if that's how that would go, but something. Gotta do something. Aw, damn. Alright, let's go to sleep because I can't actually see it in the night. But, damn, that looks good. The only thing is, now that I see it in place, I think I might have wanted it in spruce wood instead, a darker wood. This update to House Flipper Simulator looks great. You think so? Thank you. I made it. Okay, yeah, could the building block the God rays from me so I could fucking see any fucking thing ever? Ugh. I know, it's gorgeous. Your shaders, wow. I mean, and then it gets here and everything is something that we don't want it to be. Ooh. And maybe here. It's a little weird there at the top, but I mean, that's kind of how things work in real life, too. They're heavier where they're heavier, you know? But yeah, this all being the same color wood, I don't know. I don't know about that. Like, if anything... I mean, that's fucking awesome from here. I love the coiling of it and everything, but maybe I could get away with just making the slabs that go up spruce. It's just, it loses all definition as you're, like, walking up here. And maybe it would just be the interior steps as well, you know, like we do this all in spruce, but we keep the exterior matching that, so that when you're looking at it, like, from this area, you can see the underside, and it just adds yet another coil to it. I like that. I like that as an idea. I want to find out how it looks, and I think I've already got, yeah, I've got some spruce slabs right there. So, yeah, we'll start at the base here. I don't know about this being this fucking tight to enter, but maybe it is. Maybe it just is. Have you thought about that? Have you thought about maybe it just is, motherfucker? Yet another layer of contrast with a very round, movement to it. This could elevate it significantly. Not that high on the elevation. Fuck! I hit every block except the one I wanted to. So I guess we can do this from underneath it. Fuck you. Okay, I'm pretty sure one of our staircases just came down there, so I'm into the stuff that isn't exactly what I think it is. Even if this is just visual at this point, like that's you keep it going. I think that's gonna be so sexy. You did consider it, motherfucker? Okay, the stairwell is still up here too, so it's just a matter of putting it back in place. If no, it's not. It's not. I need to make one spruce staircase to fit in there. Oh, I've already got spruce stairs. Why do I have all of this shit? When did I make that, Yeah, there's wait, no. It's here? It's there. And then let's keep the friggin' pattern going visually. Wait, are you spruce half slab that I can fill with another spruce half slab and then, it doesn't look stupid? Even though it'll never be seen. And you as well, even though it'll never be seen. Oh, that's so much nicer. I mean, sure, you can walk backwards right over the edge of these guardrails in big fucking quotes, but oh, that's so good. I don't like that that's there now, but we'll figure it out. So you, I guess you gotta do something like that. These two up here, what do they look like from the side? Because yeah, maybe not then. Maybe it just does that. Trying to think of, how it looks from the interior and the exterior at the same time. I think it would look better. You still got a polished deep slate slab that you're even looking to get rid of. If I carried this pattern on along there. Yeah, and then that remains being those kind of walls. Like I take those back, but then along there with the, yeah. Yeah, Should it come in, though? Should that happen where you take the... I'm gonna need more deep slate slab one way or the other, so go ahead and make yourself a couple of these. Polished. Alright, well that turned into 6 in a hurry, even though I only clicked twice, but okay. The question is whether or not this is on the outside of this wood, or I remove this wood. No, this should be on the outside of this wood, yeah. Stone observation deck. So if I just do that all the way here, then this wood shit can actually go away, I think. And then like that. I mean, for true safety's sake, you'd want to do something like that. And then have this come up along as well. But we can't do, I could just polish some deep slate, put a whole deep slate stone right there. Just trying to keep the pattern, you know, correct. A whole block. Couple whole blocks of polished deep slate stone. And then at least I can try it. So, polished deep slate. I can only imagine needing 2, but I might be wrong about that. Yeah, I never made that before, did I? Put that one right there. It hooks in nicely. If I put... Maybe I end up needing 3, actually. Should I think I put this here. No, because that's interior. That is part of the interior. You don't want to fuck with that. And that's going to be part of the interior. You don't want to fuck with that. I think we go ahead and fuck with that. I think we go ahead and fuck with that, and we see. You know, I can combine 2 slabs, but you know me. I don't want to do that. Yeah, moo to you as well. Hang on. Give me one more. And then, you know, interior-wise, maybe it's something that we cover over. Maybe it's something that we actually like the look of because it's like, hey, what's that? Oh, well, it's the fucking ventilation system or something. Don't ask so many fucking questions, you know? It's not, whatever. There's a lot of ways we could make it look. Large stone gargoyles. See? No, that's horrible. But... that's what these spruce slabs are for, see? And the spruce slabs, obviously. We're getting rid of this. We don't need this roof access anymore, and it doesn't look good, now that we've got the stairs up there. So you're there. And then, oh, we've got our first visitor, I think. Our first... We're going to sell our first ticket. Come see the observatory. There you go. I used all of them. And it's created a nice pattern. Ish thing. Come right in, sir. Come right in. Step right in and visit. Sir? Are you on the roof? No? Damn it. We almost sold our first ticket to the planetarium. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the ticket. Oh, sir, have you heard about our deep... Oh, damn it. We're never gonna make the money back on this investment. Alright, wait, so... From the side where I've put some things... We still need some walls back in place or something, don't we? But... The side where I put some things... How do we look? I don't like that I can see the stone underneath the... You know, where it is there. So the solid the solid block that I wanted to put there, I don't like it. We just made changes on the interior in order to you know, go with this. And I don't want to go with this. I want it to be the wood. So I guess it's the wood. And if it's like that on the exterior, then it can be like that over here as well. I mean, the thing is, I'm thinking about, you know, safety of where these last bits of wall are going to go. I mean, I've already done the thing that covers it up on that side of things, so I might as well have that. Can I... Maybe that. Like, I would like it to do this. I just don't know if that wants to be there, really. Like, something needs to support the wall. I know that I want the wall there. As we're coming up, it would want to be a slab, just to be the least in your way thing. But it could just be an oak slab that works there best. Yeah, you get trapped under that. Boy, though, that is how I want it to be. We have like a stair. And you still get trapped under that. I mean, I could just let it hang. Let it all hang out. You can always name tag him and lock him in as the janitor. The zombie? Oh, I like that idea. You see why I want it there instead of, like, connecting here. Is I want to be able to walk around here and then get to this, and then you've got technically access to, you know, the dome. You can go up the dome. I want this to be like that, and I just have to live with something, and that's right there is what I have to live with, I think. What if instead of that it was like one of these full blocks that you made? Does that make you feel any better about anything? No? I wouldn't have thought so, honestly. I didn't figure that to be something that you were real happy with. Alright. The last little thing that I'll try just as a silliness is, what if, like, at the top, it ended in these two, and then you're back the way that I had you before. It really doesn't make much of a difference. God, the sun is just so God ray-y. I can never find an angle where I feel like I'm seeing what I'm seeing when I'm seeing it. I mean, it's all just such a three-dimensional, like, space, bunch of, like, cobbled little images up there that, I have no complaints right now from what I can see of that. And I love that we've got that spiral case in there now. Staircase. That just adds so much to it. It's like, it brings the whole fucking thing together into being whatever it is that it is. Into being this observatory, you know? That absolutely makes it work. The stairs here, though, or I mean the ladder, it was like part of a bit of decoration, but I don't know about that now. I don't know about this brown strip of wood either. I think I'm getting rid of it entirely. It was there to draw intentional attention to the difference between this side and the other side. I don't think it needs to be there anymore because now, like, the reason why it's wider on this side and skinnier on that side is because of the spiral staircase. It doesn't need, like, an extra bit of, hey, look at me. It looked better with the extra bit of, hey, look at me, but it looked better with the staircase on there, and my problem with the staircase was I don't like walking past this, I mean, the ladders is what I meant, not staircase. I don't want to walk past the ladder, and have it, like, grabbing me and pulling me up while I'm just trying to get up here. So it's kind of a function over form call. I'll tell you what I could do for that, though, because I do like the strip, you know, down, is maybe we make some banners. We make, like, a pair of banners, and we hang one directly above the other, and it looks like one long banner coming down. And then, you know, it's just the kind of thing that you'd see on a museum, observatory kind of thing, advertising or celebrating, you know, the 50th anniversary since some jackass discovered you could pop a zit if you squeezed it hard enough, you know, that kind of a deal. And then we've got this whole area to, like, you know, get into, because this needs to be something, you know, it's a patio, but it needs to be something ornate, something impressive, something that's as the exterior of this building is now. This turned into fucking awesome, didn't it? And everybody watching agree. The spiral staircase kind of just did it for you. Now you're all, like, hot and bothered. I want to try it the other way around just to know whether or not it's better trapping the darker wood. It's a yes and no kind of thing. I think from back here it just turns into a full yes kind of thing. That looks better. It doesn't just suddenly have a little strip of darker that you have to, like, look at to figure out why. And then you go, oh, I see, and then you see it, and then it's like, oh yeah, now it looks good. This one doesn't have to have any moment of realization. But that's great. You could just come right up here. You can enjoy this, you know, view that we've got of the latest Far Cry game. Just look at how these shaders make fucking Minecraft look, man. It looks like, you know, Somebody, some 20-something should be shouting about dropping acid and parachuting or something like that, and then we wake up in a cage, right? Is that reference not... It's too much? It's not enough? Something? And then from there you can get over to this side, which means we don't need any other, you know, dedicated access to this side of things. And yeah, it even looks, you know... I don't know. Like that doesn't look particularly good from up here, but I choose not to care. Because it looks really good from the back of, you know, from down there looking up, it looks good, and from being in the building, it looks good. I still got a bunch of glowstone on me. So, since it is getting dark out, what can I do about the lack of light out here? Where would I want that? It's a little odd. Usually you do something that's not that. But I might be able to get behind it. Reproduce it on the same line, maybe, just like right here. Oh, right. I'm not going to get up on it because it's a wall. Sure, I'll stand on one and place the other. Interesting. Oh, good. Oh, really good. Right over the top of the fucking... I don't want to deal with that. There's nothing in here that's really important, right? I was always just throwing stuff there because I didn't want to have to go somewhere and do something about it. Well, fuck me. Where is he? Hey, 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 where the fuck were you, huh? Security guard for the observatory, right? Jesus, you look like shit. You come to work like this? When's the last time you slept? Fuck me. God. Everybody likes going out to the bar, but it's not our career. Hey, don't walk away from me while I'm talking to you. You still want this job or what? Yeah, you better fucking stand there. Yeah, we just had an explosion at the fucking observatory. Where were you? Down in a hole? Losing your soul? I'd like to cry. That was all of the things, and then the creeper walks up and blows the fucking thing up. Alright, what do we... fuck. Okay, stand here and throw shit until I get either the... Oh man, this just sucks. Having to do this in, with a controller on PC. Alright, I got the thing I'm looking for, right? Yeah, fuck you. I just want to be able to pick it up off the floor, which means I want it basically right here. So that I can just stand in here. And then do that. Here you go. We're back together, except for like, where's my stone cutter? Did that go in? I don't see my stone cutter. I see the crafting table. Maybe it's in there and I just don't see it. Yeah, crafting table there. Stone cutter. Check it and see. Got a favor of 103. Stone cutter. Stone cutter. No, there's this. He genuinely blew up the stone cutter. That prick. What a prick, that prick. Can I just make another stone cutter? Because I've got everything in my pockets for it. What would I need? You need 3 slabs of stone. No, we don't have any stone. I used all the stone on the telescope platform. Yeah. Fuck. Alright. That's fine. It's no big deal. I'm not angry. Bruh. Yeah, that's cool. I don't know about the lighting system here, though. Like, doing that for lighting. And then having that light tucked in right here. It seems like too much. But I kind of hate to have, like, lanterns on this design. It just seems like it shouldn't have old world bullshit on it. And we need a source of light here. Okay. Different idea. Same idea. But different. But the same, but different. Make a large fireplace. For lighting going up there, what we will have, obviously, is exactly what we've got, except for, like, toned down a bit. And maybe I put a different kind of a thing on here, but if I did that and that, yeah, I don't like that there's spruce versions of that, but I think that's a viable way of turning this into like a stairwell light that I can live with. I think the oak one actually has a hole in it, so may or may not be what anyone would ever want. We'll find out when I make an oak trap door or two. It looks like we have it has a hole in it. But maybe even just, you know, having it wrapped in the wood will make it feel a little bit better for what it's doing here. Hell, maybe I grab another one and put one on the bottom of it. Yeah, I'm gonna make more and put one on the bottom. See how that looks. This is a hell of a design. I can't believe we got into an art project like this at this level of the game. Like, this is... I shouldn't have started this kind of a thing yet, you know. Usually you get a little bit more secure in what you've built, and then you consider this kind of thing. That works. That's beautiful. I think that's exactly what I want for that. I mean, it's as close as I'm going to get to anything that I would possibly want for that. So it's exactly what I want for that. And that, you know, being considered, like, we could also do something like that on the bottoms of these. And we could frame them in with, like, you know, shaped with slabs. I wonder what oak slabs on the ceiling would look. Oh, well, you can't mix and match. That's right. But that's an interesting premise enough for me to give it a test. I don't know. I think it would, I think it's already visually interesting enough, with just the lights hanging down. I don't think we have to, like, cover them up and do tricks with them in here, necessarily. A large fireplace, Sojourner Mason. Did you mean that, like, genuinely for the interior in here? For the observatory, I don't know. Like, I'm considering it. I'm genuinely considering it right now and saying, no. No, I don't think there's a good place for it on the inside, if that's what you're thinking. Yeah? I just don't... I don't know. I don't want it to be... You know, it's supposed to be science-y, and I think of science, I think of observatory, I think of laboratory, and I think cold. Good lighting, too. And we're already, like, wood and stuff, and I don't know. It's a maybe. I'm not gonna do it now, but I think if it was gonna go anywhere, it would go in this corner, and you'd build, like, a corner fireplace kind of a thing, and then you'd walk past the fireplace as you go into this area, and it would be warming people as they entered the building, maybe. Such a large building needs a grander entrance. I mean, it's got really good lines walking in. The lighting sucks. It's too orange and it's kind of everywhere just to get enough light. But what I don't want to do is obscure the, you know, that, if at all possible. I would like to keep this window. I mean, you see how, like, the whole place has been built to frame those windows. By the time you're here, you're seeing the whole window thing there. So, you know, there's objects around and whatnot, but I don't want to, like, make any permanent structure that would block that view. Which would make an argument for the, like, fireplace, a fireplace being over there if we were going to have one. If we were going to have a fireplace there, then it would be going up right there, and that would be... It would be here. It would be possible to actually have a chimney-ish kind of, you know, thing going on there, I think. You could tuck that in. I don't know that that's what I want to do right now, though. What would be the next move here? Or is there a next move? We've been here 6.5 hours, according to LiveSplit, and we've done that. And that's pretty fucking awesome. Now, right now, this entrance is 3 high, and that keeps bothering me. We want to make you step up in order to get to the door. The door is going to be there. For now, something like that. And I feel like this still is a 5 head, you know, there's too much space over the top of the door, that needs to be broke up with either 3-dimension, you know, something that's 3-dimensional, or just a change in color, or, you know, we need some lights out here. Obviously, we need some lights out here. Were I to just, like, put 3 of those up there and then maybe tuck them in a different way, kind of a deal. That's very observatory, isn't it? I might want to do more of the oak trap doors, and I could get 3 of them just by doing 1 more. So let's see about that. Oh, am I out of oak? Alright, well, make some more oak. Give me 2 more. Put them there, all of them. And then were I to... I don't know, which way? Do you want it on all sides? Do you want it just on the front? Do you want it on the bottom? Let's, before the creepers come and make yet more holes and destroy more things. It would have been nicer to judge the light at night. Sure. I think if I box it all in, it's going to look like a lot of boxing in is what it's going to look like. I'm going to try it anyway. It only costs me wood and time. Six is the number, isn't it? I mean, it's 5. So 6 would be the number, right? And then if it was completely boxed in, that looks classy. That looks, yeah. I think that looks pretty classy. And it's still a significant light source. It's not overpowering. And then we're going to end up with another one that's over there. And if it's tucked into a corner like the others have been, then I will just need one of these. Because that'll take all of it, but we're gonna... So we've got that one, and that's lighting for the stairs. We got these up front, you know, just your main entrance lighting. But then as you come around the side here, you're gonna want some too. Where is this one? It's just 1, 2, and then it's there. So that would be 1, 2, and then it would be there. I think this is gonna want light more so like there. There. Nudge that up a little. And then from this side, I can probably just reach it. Yeah. Come on. There would be a bit more symmetry if I moved it in, but there's symmetry of, like, from left to right, isn't there? Like, on the x-axis exclusively, we've got a symmetry of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then light. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then light. No, I should move it in. And then there will be a separate source of lighting. I was trying to, like, share the light a little bit around for back here as well, for you know, this area, when that's the thing. But that's not the thing right now. So we want to move it forward by 1, and that will be the visually correct location for it. So here. Put 1 there. No. Also no. Dead center walking back. Yeah, there you go. I mean, it's one of them's a little bit further back on the depth, but they're both 4 well, five voxels on either side. A bit more symmetry to that. It's looking pretty nice. Yeah, I might just be heading toward wrapping this live stream up because we've made so much damn progress, and the next wave of things is going to be like very detail oriented. You know, and maybe like this is a whole like needs to be designed kind of a thing. Absolutely just needs a full design. What is happening here? Clearly, I don't know yet. The other thing that we had talked about, and that we continue talking about, because I'm not doing it, is the idea of the, you know, path that walks around down underneath here in the style of the Griffith Observatory that has, you know, just public access to the beautiful view on the outside of the building. So, and I don't want the path obscuring their view up there, so it's got to be like down here that the path would be at this level, and then it would hug the side of this building like hard. Like, I mean hard. And if we did want to take a little bit more inspiration from Griffith's Observatory, then we would take like the that's gonna be too many. We would take the building down so that it looks like it, you know, keeps going into the earth, and, you know, there's the possibility that you could make a basement, but I don't know that I want to. But we would do something like that. And have it come down and then, you know, loop the path. Curl around the edge of this path that would be going at this level or maybe one lower. But I don't want to overly terraform this, you know, naturally occurring landscape right here. So I would be making the subtlest hand of two wide path, which would actually only be one wide because there would be railing. So there would be a wall along the edge there just holding you to here, but it would be as little as it could possibly be, so that when you look out that window that goes all the way to the floor, you're not seeing man-made construction, you're seeing this beautiful dip. But I think all of that would be for another live stream on another day. And that also gives me some time to, I guess, think about, or not, I probably won't, but, you know, detail work on the interior. What does the interior look like? If we are putting a fireplace over there, how are we doing it? Are we gonna, you know, the telescope is an incredibly interesting concept for how are we going to make a telescope in Minecraft. The barrel of the telescope probably has to just be one wide because we've only got like a 3, you know, it's only a 3 wide entrance there. So I guess the barrel could be 2 by 2. Well, no, it would have to be 3 by 3 would be the maximum that we could make it. And then it would have to be a short, you know, the telescope has to end there, which is correct. You know, it's not like the telescope sticks out the window. But, you know, making it 3 by 3 and trying to make something that's on an angle like that has its own 3 by 3 cylindrical shape look right. I don't know. That'll be a bit of a trick. How do you make it look like a cylinder when you've only got 3 by 3 and you gotta make everything out of voxels? Tapering barrel. Okay, 3 by 3 back to, I mean, but you can't do 2 by 2. You just gotta go 3 by 3 to 1. A width of 1 at that point. Or you go up to 5 by 5, and then you can do 5 by 5 down to 3 by 3, and you just figure that the lens is grabbing the... you know? You gotta just, like... That's why it's something to definitely be thought about. If we're putting a telescope in here, or trying to, that's gonna be a hard one to sell in Minecraft with only this space to sell it in. But I love this. Like, this thing has just absolutely come together, you know? You sit here and you watch me bounce around aimlessly, not knowing exactly what I'm doing, and then all of a sudden, turn around, look up, and you got that. All of a sudden, you've got a beautiful spiral staircase along the exterior of the building, and there's an observatory with what is clearly, you know, the telescope slit, whatever the hell that's called. And it's also obviously, like, because of that large window area with the platform coming out of it, it's obvious that it's not like you can't come in here observatory. It's a, sure, come on in, it's open to the public, and then upstairs is where the real shit happens, and there you're not allowed to go. But down here, you can look up other builds and get ideas. When have I ever done something as smart and convenient as consider how other people have done it before, as opposed to just blindly and haphazardly demand that I figure it out for my damn self? When have I ever? And I like the, you know, the lights, the street lamp like lighting up here has grown on me a little bit. Like, I don't feel like these need to have the whatever the fuck they're called. So number one, it's glowstone pawn. That's one of the words you can't remember. The trapdoors, they don't need trapdoors on them. I think this is okay. I think it's actually, it looks pretty LA to me, if anything. And I think we need another one over here where it's dark. But I don't want it grabbing onto anything else. It brightens that up, but then it's kind of a little too close to this one, is an argument I would make. I mean, being able to look out this way, and it's a little bit dark, and then over here, it's... Yeah, maybe it's just a little bit dark over here. I mean, deal with it, kind of a thing. Or rather, it's dark because you want to be able to see the stars better, and I don't know. Maybe I can put in some light on this side that matches that, and that'll make me feel more like we've gotten to an end. So what are the lines that we're on? 114? No. It's 141 is the line if we wanted to check it there. And then how far in are we here? 1, 2, 3, 4. In 4 from the side. Yeah, I think that's how I'll do it. 143 isn't even a thing that we can get to on this side. Wait, no, those are the wrong buttons. That's also the wrong button. That's also the wrong button. Where's the one that gets me my friggin' so that I can... I think it's to the right, and I don't think it's doing anything. No, that's F3 would be that. Down is changing my thing out. Oh, this is the direction that's supposed to do it? And that's supposed to be F3. Something is wrong here, basically. Oh, I had it back for a second. There we go. Yeah, something was very wrong. I wonder if those are rotating or something because of how I set it up in Steam. But we were 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to check again now that I've gone through all that stuff. How far in from the side? From the deepest side. It's this 1, 2, 3, 4. And then it's on 4. It's not 4. And then the one next to it. It's on 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Put one there. Oops. Not going to make it too easy. Yes, it is. And maybe we change that next time, but I don't, like right now, I think that's, could look good. And then you. Yep, that's exactly where I wanted it. See, because it could be something like that. Instead of being on the top, it could be over the side, and so those are considerations for next time. But having a couple of more lights like that don't hurt us at all. I'm incredibly happy with the structured form and architecture of this after just 6.5 hours. Seriously? You're not just gonna fall over and die out of, like, you know, being a bro? Bro? Okay. Is there another view? Well, it is the night, and I'd like to see those lights and see how they work. Oh, that's fucking awesome. Just having that light over there... Just having that light over there gives it a whole nother characteristic. Now it, like, looks almost cute, almost, you know, quaint or something like that. Okay, and then from this direction, I don't know what it does to it. But that is a hell of a build. And I have done no, like, circle making, dome making stuff in Minecraft before, really. Look at some Minecraft telescopes. The radio telescopes look really good. The only optical telescope I like is 5x5, 3x3 with edge, pointing straight up. Angle makes it look way too blocky. Yeah, that's gonna be the part that's, right. And the thing is, we've kind of... I mean, we don't need an angle, I guess, but, boy, it seems like it wants an angle. Just look at that. You know, with the second light now, it makes me think, like, I don't know, Rescue Rangers or something. It's got a whole nother aspect to it. Yeah, be a bro and die. Holy shit, that's beautiful. It's gorgeous. But telescope looking straight up, that's a 5x5 with a 3x3 with a, like, 5x5 for the, like, final lens, the cap kind of area. That's what we're saying. That's so good. So very, very good. Alright, I guess I'm sleeping here tonight. No, I should go home. I should go home because we have been... no, I'll just stay here. We've ignored the farm this time, and that's just not... You're not supposed to do that. Every time you start up a seed, do your farming. I at least slaughtered the cows. I can say that. I can say that. But, yeah, and here's our inspiration. I mean, kind of. We started out without this idea. I built something that was kind of like this. It reminded me of this. Then I went to this and then used this to inspire the rest of it. So, yeah. I like that we've built something that is entirely different from and also inspired by the Griffiths. No, Griffins. God damn it. I'll never get it right. You know I'll never get it right. I am the Ronin Pawn. Thank you guys so much for coming out with me. Thank you for helping me celebrate Mosaic Task Force 60th month here, 5 years as a subscriber. Condor 70's 20 months here as a subscriber. But no, seriously, that was a great build. That feels really good and makes me, you know, come back to this world more and more and more and more. We're gonna finish this build, and then we're gonna dig in seriously to something that's actual gameplay. This is the crafting part. This is the art part. I mean, we'll get our enchants done because we'll have the villagers and they'll be trained to do what we want. And then we'll be able to hit those diamond ore blocks that we have that we're not going to take until we have Fortune 3 on a different pickaxe that also, and all of those things. I can't wait to start doing some automation too. You know, I want to, having built in my other seed the cactus farm for XP with the bamboo farm on the front, now I understand how both, you know, could work, and how both could work a lot better than I made them the first time. I'm looking forward to building an industrial district somewhere else, you know. This is up the river this way. And making sure that we put it in a place where we're going to be often, so that it's running in the background. All of those considerations. There's so much to be done in our Minecraft. So much ahead. Thanks for hanging out with me today. I will see you at the next live stream. Pawn out.
At the beginning of all times, the earth was dark, the earth was black. The guts were bleeding, nice as gusty all the fucking morning. The beginning of all the time, there was no fun at all. No fun at all. At the beginning of all times, the sea was clear, the sea was wide. And in it swam the savior, having the